You said
No,
exactly.
what I said is that we need to kill the company called Nigeria and bet the nation Nigeria.
What does that mean?
Well, essentially what I'm saying is this. From the Royal Niger Company that the British, their colonial masters transformed into a nation and handed over to us on Independence Day, it was a company, the attitude of a company. You had directors who were mining this geographical space. The people they handed over to took the mentality of those shareholders, right, and started mining this company. That's why all our successive leaders come in and mine Nigeria like a business, like shareholders. All they want is profits, self, right? So as a people, we didn't come together to define our common charter. Who are we? What do we want out of this geographical space? We have different cultures, different religions. What do we want? What defines us? What do we project to the world that this is who we are? We've never done that, and that's one of the issues affecting us. I heard you talking about the Plateau situation today. Those killings are happening because we are now in a space where we have foreigners coming into our nation. We let them in because there are some people in Nigeria who say, these people are part of us. They are my kinsmen from other countries. They can come in here because all of us identify as Fulani, and any Fulani in Burkina Faso, in Ghana, is a Fulani that can come here, right? But there are other Nigerians who believe that Nigeria is just for Nigerians. So until we have this common charter where we understand what defines us, who are we, who do we want to project to our descendants and outsiders that this is who we are not going anywhere.
Hello. Voters in Tunisia are currently voting for parliament. It is a second round of voting. 18 months ago, President Kais Saied stripped the parliament of its powers. In the first round of votes in December, only 11% of registered voters participated. Political analysts in Tunis said that voters are frustrated. They do not like the president's grab for power via a new constitution put in place last year. The economic problems and unemployment increases in the North African nation made most voters show no interest in going to the polls to elect toothless lawmakers. In Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria has extended the deadline for exchanging old Naira notes for new ones until February 10th. Just yesterday, the central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, came out to vow that he would not change the initial deadline of January 2031. Despite the difficulties people in remote parts of Nigeria are having in obtaining the redesigned currency, Mr. Emefiele said that 100 days were enough for people to exchange the old notes for new ones. But overnight, as pressure mounts from the National Assembly, civic societies, and opponents of the government, the CBN yielded. Let's take a look at the central bank governor speaking this morning.
And trapped the opportunity to deposit their legitimately trapped monies at the CBN for exchange. Based on the foregoing, we have today sought and obtained Mr. President's approval for the following. 1, a 10-day extension of the deadline from January 31, 2023 to February 10, 2023 to allow for collection of more old notes.
In a similar story, the Nigerian Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for Nigerians to collect their voter card by 1 week. The new date is now February 5th, 2023. The extension became necessary due to the difficulties voters in various parts of the country face in obtaining the permanent voter's card. This is the second time the deadline for collecting this card has been extended. The February 25th presidential election is shaping up to be one of the most critical elections in a generation. There are 93 million registered voters in a country of almost 200 million people. One of the people running to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is our guest today on 90 Minutes Africa. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. In his party's presidential primaries, he defeated Dr. Kingsley Moghalu to become the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress. Yet, he is one of the most important presidential candidates of the 2023 presidential election season that you probably have not heard about or know much about his policies and proposals. It all ends today. Dumebi Kachikwu will be on 90 Minutes Africa to share his views of Nigeria and the way forward. He will wow you beyond words. Please join me in welcoming to our show, Dumebi Kachikwu.
Thanks for having me, Rudolph.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Let me start by thanking you for joining us. I know that last week you were down with COVID. How are you feeling?
Much better. I'm getting, as you know, with COVID, after you recover, it takes a while for you to gain your strength back, but I'm getting stronger every day.
All right. So I believe you are in Abuja today.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So today we had the central bank governor reverse himself and extended the deadline for the exchange of the notes, the old Naira notes. What do you think about that?
Well, I've long said that the redesign of the Naira note was an ill-thought, ill-timed policy that essentially was more of wagging the dog, or wagging the tail of the dog to distract Nigerians from the real economic situation in Nigeria. What we had seen was a run on the banks. And for those who don't understand, it means that when people no longer trust deposit money institutions, they take their money out, they keep their money in alternative currencies, or there's capital flights. They leave Nigeria. And we saw a lot of people who have been jackpotting out of Nigeria. And to jackpot, what you do is you sell your assets, you relocate overseas. And we're seeing people taking their money out because the Naira was losing value and converting their money into dollars. So the banks were going through a trying period. The next thing we heard was that there was some rumor, some WhatsApp rumor that the US government was replacing the dollars in Nigeria because of corruption. The Malams who were in the forex trade immediately panicked, and that is why the exchange rate came down within 2-3 days from about 810, that's the highest it had been, and it came down to about 770. Now it hovers between 730 and 750, 760. Shortly after that, the CBN just announced that they were going to do a redesign of the Naira. So obviously, if you are doing a redesign of the Naira, what will happen is that people who've taken their money out of the banking system for fear of what's happening within the economy, they will be forced to bring their money back in. Otherwise, the money will no longer have any value, it's just going to become tissue paper. Okay, so this is what they did. But typical with Nigeria, you come up with this policy, they give about 2 or 3 months for you to replace all the old notes within Nigeria. We know it's not possible. They don't even have that time to manufacture new notes. So we knew that it was just a harebrained scheme that will not work, that will further put the Nigerian people through unnecessary stress, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing people collecting commission to give new notes now. We're seeing the long lines at the ATMs. We're seeing POS tell us what is going on. We're seeing banks still dispensing. As at 2 days ago, banks were still dispensing old notes. And they give you old notes. People don't accept the old notes from you. So there's chaos in the land. And now coupled with the fact that there's absolutely no fuel across Nigeria. So Nigerians are not able to move about because there's no fuel. Nigerians don't have access to money. So these guys are creating the foundation for anarchy. Why they are doing this, I don't know. What they hope to gain from this, I don't know. There are rumors floating around that they said they did this because of politicians, that politicians have huge amounts of money stored, which they want to utilize to prosecute the elections. Granted that this is possible, are you saying that the security or law enforcement agencies in Nigeria don't have access to intel with which they will use to go after these people and recover those sums, instead of you suffering a population of over 200 million people because of a few politicians? It makes no sense to me. So we're seeing Nigerians suffer for no reason. And like I said, God will deliver us from this again. But this CBN governor happens to be the most clueless CBN governor we've ever had. He's messed up our economy. He has no business being there and 1 hour longer. He needs to pack up and go. But as with every call for people to resign when they're no longer able to effectively discharge their obligations in Nigeria, they ignore it. And I'm sure he will also ignore this. But I hope the Nigerian people don't speak soon out of frustration and they will be forced to go out of that place.
All right. Thank you. We also know that INEC also extended the collection of PVC to February the 5th. Most politicians have been asking for the central bank to extend the exchange deadline. The INEC situation, I think, is something that most politicians are maybe interested in seeing the extension. What is your take on that?
Yeah, INEC doesn't need to have the unnecessary deadlines that they put in place. Again, it's Nigeria, the typical situation where government likes to create unnecessary bottlenecks. Okay, you are in America. I don't know if you're a citizen, but to vote in America, what do you require to vote there?
Yeah, you need a card, but it's not something you have to extend or change any unless you move.
So here's the situation in Nigeria. We have the NIN card, right? We have driver's license. We have the international passport, right? This is data. This is data that it can sync together, and that we can get more people into the voting pool because we are able, the information in that data stipulates nationality, stipulates age, and what have you, right? We now have to have an extra card because everyone needs to create a reason to create wealth for themselves. Why this card? I don't know. Why you need to get a card in one location, go to a different location to go and collect the card? It makes no sense. Why you need to have a 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month deadline before the elections to collect cards? I don't know. It makes no sense. As anyone who understands IT knows, with data, if you need to clean up your data within a day, maximum 2 days, you can clean up that data. But trying to disenfranchise millions of Nigerians through no fault of theirs makes no sense. I've told INEC this, I've called on INEC several times that they need to extend that deadline. They need to make it easy for Nigerians to collect their voters card. And if they are unable to do that, INEC needs to see how they can sync the driver's license with the NIN card and ensure that more people are able to vote in an election which is critical to the survival of Nigeria, of the Nigerian nation.
All right, we are going to get back into the details of the election itself, but let me ask you, it's about 27 days before the election. How is your campaign going?
Rudolph, I'll tell you this. My campaign is very, very tough, and they are different. I look at it from different angles. I've had from the get-go this crisis within my party that has made it difficult for me to have the kind of campaign I looked forward to. In running this race, when I joined this party, what we were sold was that this was the third largest party in Nigeria with structures across the country. And when we bought our forms, we paid as much as 25 million naira. I mean, after APC and PDP were the third, we paid the highest amount of money for forms, because they sold us this dummy that this was the largest, third largest party in Nigeria. But having emerged as a candidate of the presidential candidate of the party, I quickly realized that the so-called structures I needed to run a national campaign did not really exist. We have over 1,000 candidates, down ballot candidates in the party who are supposed to be running elections. But the reality is that most of these people are placeholders. So what happens for a presidential candidate? So if you watch what's happening with APC, PDP, when you need to move from state to state, your down ballot candidates who already have structures, who are running elections, they come there with their structures, with their people, their supporters to receive you, okay? In my case, because the structure is non-existent, we have placeholders there, you don't have these people. So no matter what you're trying to do, you have people who are just looking to make money from the process, but the real candidates who are running elections don't exist. So the few candidates within the party who are running elections in my party are struggling because of this chaos, this nightmare we met within the party. So the only other option we have is to take our message directly to Nigerians. I started the town halls because I said, you know what, even the rallies, what we see happening with the rallies is that people just go and bus people to central locations, give them money to induce them to come out to show the popularity. I don't believe in that. I believe that's abusing the people who are already poor in Nigeria. So let's have rallies. Let's invite a certain category of people and let's have an issues-based campaign. But the few rallies we had, the few town halls we've had so far, we again saw the total apathy of Nigerians to governments, governance, elections. And now these are people who've been abused for too long. They don't believe they get a fair shake from government. So you have this silent majority who just don't turn up, who just, you know what, they don't want to be bothered by this. Now, the vocal minority are mostly those people who are induced to support the bigger parties. And so a lot of the noise you see dominating the media space are from these people. So for you to have an issues-based campaign, who are you going to speak to when the silent majority refuse to turn up? So I find myself doing a lot of media rounds because if I cannot go into your locality, I'll have you see me on TV or hear me on radio or on the internet to try as much as possible to make lemonade out of lemon. So that's what I'm trying to do, okay? We have more town halls planned for Kano, Akwa Ibom, Lagos, Ogun, and some other places. So we are hoping that when Nigerians see what's happening, that it's not getting better with the APC government. We're seeing what's happening with the fuel crisis. We're seeing what's happening with the Naira design. We're seeing the economy is getting worse. That this silent majority might just wake up and realize that we're a few days to the election. And if they don't take a position, that they might spend another 4 years with a clueless and incompetent president presiding over their affairs. And I'm hoping that that might help turn the tide in our favor, where these people say, you know what, we want to have an issues-based campaign. I joined this race believing that we're going to be able to be on the podium with the other candidates and where we will debate the issues. Because you see our country, as of today, infrastructural deficit, economic failure, security failure, the housing crisis. If you look at all the economic indices to judge a nation, if a nation is progressing, we are failing. And I expect that we should be able to debate this as candidates so that Nigerians will hear us, so that in the multitude of solutions we're proffering, Nigerians can tell who best understands what these issues are and who can best manage the affairs of the nation going forward. But again, these people, they managed to ensure that this did not happen. This has not happened. So Nigerians are in a situation where they're going to elections not having really heard from us and not knowing us.
Who do you blame? I mean, I know that the candidates for APC, PDP don't want to debate, don't want. Who is responsible for that not happening?
So I will say this, I hold the media responsible. I also hold Nigerians, the silent majority I've referred to, I hold them responsible for not caring enough about their nation to demand certain things. I don't understand why somebody will run a race or be in an election season and you're not hearing your candidates debating the issues. So what we see people, you see the jokes going on, or the people mocking Nigerians. We see Fani Kayode and Dino Melai. We see the blame game between PDP, APC, Labour, and see all that stuff, and issues are never being debated. So I blame Nigerians for not caring enough to demand that if you want to lead us, you must come debate so we hear you, so we know what you have to offer. I have said so many times that if you watch these rallies, right, what you will see is people wait for hours. And then the presidential candidates show up with a retinue of aides and hangers on. And then they make all these speeches, they dance. And then the presidential candidate will speak in some cases for 3 to 5 minutes and say something like, will you vote for me? Will you vote for me? Vote for me for prosperity. Vote for me for this. Vote for me for that. That's the end of it. And they leave. People have waited under the sun for 4, 5, 6 hours. Poor people. They've not heard anybody speaking to the real issues that affect them. And then they leave there because they've just heard promises. You have prosperity, you have jobs for your children. Nobody ever tells you exactly what will happen. I say this all the time. You know, they will say, so you hear one of the, like from out of the labor camp, you hear we're going to go from consumption to production. And I always ask, produce what? When? How? Where? What is the timeline for this production for you to have the multiplier effect to kickstart your economy? What are you going to produce that is going to be the mainstay of this economy if we need to diversify our economy? You will never hear them say this because they know that our people like cliches and nice sounding phrases that they run with, and then have people make up all these TikToks videos and all this stuff, and they push it out there and people say, yeah, he said this, you know, and makes front page news. Guess what, Rudolph, right? Let me tell you what my biggest worry is. Elections are a few weeks away. After the voting takes place, we will all wake up and we realize that our issues are still the same. We have to deal with this subsidy, which has got to go. If subsidy goes, we will be paying for fuel, petrol, anywhere from 700 naira per litre. In a nation where over 120 million people are said to be poor, over 60 million people are unemployed. We still have to deal with our security crisis and being able to fund this war. We still have to deal with housing crisis, unemployment, and all the issues. And we then have a new president who will be sworn in some months later, who has no full grasp of these issues and who comes on board who now realizes, just like Buhari said, it was more complex than we thought after all the fanfare. That's my worry.
Now, let me get your view on your opponents. Let's start with the leader of the party in power, which is APC. What do you think about Bola Tinubu?
So tell you what, right? His candidacy is one of those candidacies that just breaks your heart. It tells the world that Nigerians, as a people, we are an unserious bunch. A lot of people were hoping that APC and PDP, that they will have the likes of Osibanjo and maybe a Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa going into the next elections, and two very cerebral people, so that we could have an issues-based campaign. So we had a new crop of leadership in that age group coming on board. But of course, you saw what happened in the APC primaries. People who ought to know better left those candidates and went for an ailing Asiwaju. Now, let me say this quickly. There's nothing wrong in being old. We see Joe Biden, we see old leaders, There's nothing wrong with being sickly. We all get sick at one point or the other. But when you have major cognitive disabilities, your cognitive abilities are depreciation on a daily basis, what we're seeing on the campaign trail out of the APC campaign, it makes a mockery of the entire process. And what saddens me is when I see Nigerians, people like you and I, clapping their hands. They see him speaking, they realize that he's not there, not in touch with reality, and they're clapping like he said something that makes sense. It breaks my heart that because of self, because we care that, oh, he's my kinsman, or I know someone that knows him, I'm likely to benefit from his government. You don't care that somebody who is not altogether there might likely become your president. President Buhari came into office in a blaze of glory, and I bet you he actually had some good intentions. Tell you what, his health failed, his government failed, and the rest is history. In Asiwaju's case, his health has failed, even whilst he's running for office. We see it. If you look at all the rallies, nobody turns up better than Asiwaju does. You see the people coming out because they have the money to spend to mobilize those people out. They take advantage of their poverty. And they go there, they know that it's all not all together with this guy, and they're clapping their hands. It's a tragedy. So that's my take on Asiwaju. I called on him a few days ago to step down from the race. I called on his family. I called on President Buhari to speak to him because, you know what, I will hate that that's my father and that people are taking advantage of him the way they took advantage of Buhari just because they want to hold on to power. I feel bad for him that in the desperation for power, which he has always had, that he's making a mess of himself and people are making jokes of him on a daily basis. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for his family. I feel that they need to put a stop to this immediately.
All right. What about the PDP's candidate, Atiku Abubakar? What do you think about?
Again, Atiku's candidacy is one that where you see, if you look at the people who gravitate around him, past office holders, a lot of geriatrics, people who want an opportunity to get back into government that they left years ago because they've not planned well for themselves and their children and their grandchildren. You see a campaign that has not really taken off, that could have done better if they had a younger candidate. And you see the same campaign that offers nothing, offers no real solutions to Nigerians, says the same thing that APC has messed up, but does not really say what they can or will do better. Now, in speaking about Atiku, let me quickly say this. In Nigeria, we don't have parties per se. We have candidates because all the parties are the same. We don't have an ideological basis structuring our parties, right? So I'm speaking about this candidate. So we see an article who, as a younger person, with the experience he had, he's cosmopolitan, will no doubt speak well, understand what the issues are. But in a world that is so advanced today, in a world where we see developing nations or developed nations struggling with the twin effects of recession and inflation, with supply chain gaps arising from COVID, multiple diversities in a complex world, we're seeing foreign affairs move from the physical to the virtual. And you have somebody who, again, has gotten older, doesn't have a real grasp of these issues, and just wants to get into power. His major play being that I am a Northern candidate and the Northerners will gravitate behind me and vote me into office. That is his major play. And again, it is sad because when you have this play that is based on tribe, right, it divides our nation. Like it or not, this divides our nation. We take advantage of the problems we have in our nation for political purposes. And this is what we are seeing happening with that campaign.
Yeah. All right. So your analysis of the major parties, most Nigerians probably will agree with you. And that's why they will see a kind of movement to a third party. And for some Nigerians, or most Nigerians we see out there, they go towards Labour. What do you think about the Labour Party's candidate, Peter Obi, and the campaign?
Rudolph, what's the difference between Peter Obi, Atiku, or Tinubu? They are all the same. Peter Obi was Atiku's vice presidential candidate in the last general elections. He was a two-term governor of a state. If Peter Obi is the guy they are trying to sell him to be, I come from Delta State, which is next to Anambra State. I know Anambra State very well. Anambra State is no El Dorado, is no paradise. The Igbos in Nigeria will probably have stayed there if Obi had created a paradise that he's promising Nigerians. So Obi is no different from these people, but it just so happens that just like Buhari, who was sold to Nigerians as a reformed dictator, who could do magic, who could come and tackle corruption, who could do all these things, I see in Obi what happened when Buhari came in 8 years ago. I see someone who has been packaged and there's nothing really behind it. I like to say to myself that Obi reminds me of crypto. A lot of hype, but no real substance behind it. And so those who invest in it are bound to lose their investments. Okay. Finally, on Obi, I will say this. Obi is a man who has the good fortune of owning a bank. He speaks about going from consumption to production. Obi imports chocolates. He runs a chain of supermarkets where what they sell are mostly imported goods. If the visioneering of somebody who has access to capital is to run a chain of supermarkets, it speaks to the level of visioneering he will have for Nigeria if elected president. If I were even to look at an Obi and Atiku and a Tinubu in terms of visionary, in terms of being cosmopolitan in nature, having an understanding, a world understanding of knowing what to do with our country, I will place two of them ahead of Obi. Unfortunately, there's a sentiment behind the Obi campaign where a lot of people believe that he represents the hope and aspirations of the Southeasterners of Nigeria. And again, that's what I spoke to just now when I talked about the Atiku candidacy, who believes that the Northerners will back him. Now, I believe that the Southeasterners can produce a candidate who wins an election in Nigeria because he's the best candidate in the field and not because it's the turn of the Igbos. I'm an Igbo man from Delta, so I'm Delta Igbo. I campaign on the plank that we need to look at national identity first, which means a Nigeria that no longer speaks of tribe, tongue, or religion. A Nigeria that speaks about meritocracy and not mediocrity, because anytime we speak about tribe, we are speaking to mediocrity. We saw what destroyed the Buhari's government. And so we see this happening where people believe, oh, it's a turn of the Igbos. I wish the Igbo people of Nigeria will say, you know what, whereas is our turn. Whereas we feel that we have been cheated. Whereas we feel that we have not had a fair shake in Nigeria. But we want to campaign in a field made up of candidates from all other parts of Nigeria, and we want to present our very best to you. And elect our candidate, elect somebody based on what he's got to offer, based on the fact that he's the best man in the field. The day Nigerians elect a president, not based on primordial sentiments, but based on competency, based on his understanding of the issues, based on what he's going to bring to the table, and more importantly, based on the fact that this president is going to aggregate the commonalities of our common resources, our individual talents, bring them together. That's the day we get it right. Nigeria does not need a hero. Nigeria needs heroes. There's not one hero in Nigeria. We're not a nation. We're not saints. If we're looking for a saint because we don't want to do the right thing as individuals, we're getting it wrong. We need to aggregate our efforts together and take our country in the right direction.
Okay, we will get into that details, but let me ask you, Obi's campaign and Obi himself, they keep saying, and we've heard it from the candidate and his supporters, that it's not about ethnicity, it's not about religion, it's about policy. You know, vote for me because I have merit, which is what you are saying. Do you have policy differences that you can explain now that will show the difference between your approach to any issue? We can get, we can start with security, your approach that is different from that of what Obi is putting on the table.
So let me quickly say this in terms of, so let's just speak to security. We watched the two interviews between himself and his vice presidential candidate, and where in security, where they said, wait till we get there and we'll tell you what to do with security. Let me tell you what I, as president of Nigeria, will do with security. In the short term, I will bring on board more men and women. I will draw 200,000 men and women from civil defense and from the police to complement the war efforts. We need more people because the war has progressed from the theater of war where we used to have it in the Northeast, and we have the war in the Northwest. We see what's going on in the Southeast now, and we see what's happening in the Southwest. So we need more boots on ground, okay? So we need to get these people because they are already trained in the art of carrying weapons. It takes 3 months to train a soldier, right? It takes 7 to 8 months to get him to understand the rudiments of weapons. It takes about 3 years to get a soldier battle ready. In the short term, we have to bring on board at least 2 million more men and women into our army. We are underserviced in that department. Knowing that we got it wrong with this war all this time since this war started, because everyone had this idea, this notion that this war was going to go away immediately. So we never started recruiting massively. We need to do that today in the short term. But we need to fund the army more. Let me tell you what's going on. President Jonathan left, when he left office, he had 100 billion naira internal security budget, which he was operating. Buhari has been operating this 100 billion naira internal security budget. Less than 50% of that budget is released annually to our troops. What is the price of diesel, which is the key component of the war when Jonathan was there and today? What is the exchange rate today and when President Jonathan was there? So you immediately see that of those videos where they complain about food, they complain about this, they complain about that. The supplier's credit is what is being used to keep some of these people out there in the field. So they need to be funded properly. Right now, they raise a memo of a need for something. It has to go through this convoluted process where it goes through a Ministry of Defense, where the minister will sit on it for about a month or 2 months before he sends it to the president. from what I understand, President Buhari is actually good in responding and approving immediately. But what the generals request and what is sent to the president is always a shortfall. And when it now gets to them, there's another shortfall. They are struggling with funding, so I will immediately increase funding there, make sure that our troops are well funded. I will bring on board modern technology. Look at what happened with the Kaduna train bombing. We have no real eyes in the sky because of paucity of funds, right? Where they probably do 5-6 sorties a day to monitor that route, they have to reduce the number of sorties they do to monitor that route because of paucity of funds. So the terrorists know that these choppers or these planes will fly past at this time, so they know they have 2 hours to operate. We need to bring on board drones with huge payloads that can stay up there for several hours. We need to improve our intelligence gathering. We need to get Nigerians to trust us more with information, to know that if they give us information about people within their localities, that we'll use them without putting them at risk. Okay? If you look at the state of Israel today, if you see what they do with technology and intelligence, being surrounded by enemy nations, you understand that Nigeria, we're still playing, it's just still a childish game that we're playing. So I will bring on board more technology immediately. In the long term, once we have more boots on ground, we will have people who can take this war to these terrorists. We'll chase them out of our land. You must understand that the war, one of the reasons why this law has festered for this long is that there's an economic dimension to this. And we need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of defense contractors who want to prolong the war because of benefits. We need to get rid of the people who are in this war because they have nothing else to do. They don't have any jobs because they pay them better. Once we can reduce the negative effects of the war, the attrition in our economy, we need to create jobs for our youth, people who go and risk their lives fighting the Nigerian nation, and get them well-paying jobs so that they believe that they are part of Nigeria, that it's better to defend Nigeria. Having this three-pronged approach to our war efforts, you will see that immediately. Finally, let me mention this. The body language of the Nigerian president is key. You will see that what happened here in the last 8 years is that there are a lot of people who believe that the president was protecting these people because they were his kith and kin. So you have a situation where people are committing crimes across the country, invading farmlands, dismembering people, chopping off the heads of infants. And we never really go after these people. Something happened in Delta State, my mother's farm. They invaded the farm, destroyed her crops. She reported to the DPO, who happened to be from northern parts of Nigeria. He was not taking it seriously. She had to take it up to the Commissioner of Police, who asked the DPO, "Oh, why are you not taking that seriously?" Eventually, DPO contacted someone in Bayelsa who is controlling that whole south area and says, "Oh, your people have this thing. Can you call them, come and negotiate with this woman?" And they came, having destroyed crops worth millions of naira. They came and were offering her about 50,000 naira. Take it or leave it. The DPO has these people. He didn't want to arrest them. He preferred that they should come and offer my mother 50,000 naira. My body language as president of Nigeria will be very, very clear. I will defend every Nigerian, irrespective of tribe, tongue, and religion. I will avenge the life of every Nigerian taken. I will avenge the life of my troops. I will secure our borders. I will make clear to anyone that if, as a foreigner, you want to be in Nigeria, you must live peaceably within the ambit of our law. But if not, you face the full sanctions of the laws of our country.
Now, the next president will face what they call perfect storm in economic sense. There is deficit that is out of control. There is debt. There is inflation. There is insecurity, unemployment. And then the big one, which is subsidy. The president already said that it's gone, removed on June 3rd or so, just a few days after whoever is the new president. What are you going to do that is different from what the other presidential candidates have been saying?
Well, I don't know what they are saying since we didn't have this debate, but I haven't been really seeing much what they're saying, right? Subsidy is a crime on the poor masses. Okay, so our nation cannot afford subsidy. At the same time, our nation cannot afford to remove subsidy. If you want to remove subsidy, you must come with the approach President Jonathan was using about 10 years ago, where he needed to put in place social infrastructure, mass transit systems, those things that will cushion the effects of the rise in price of transportation. We have not done this. They brought in buses 10 years ago. Where are those buses today? Probably shared to girlfriends and what have you. So we'll not put in place mass transit systems, rail systems, what we need to put in place to cushion the effects of subsidy. Now, looking at subsidy, why are we not producing PMS? What's wrong with our refineries in Nigeria? Tell you what, because every year we allocate hundreds of billions of naira to the refineries, people steal this money and produce not a drop, not a liter of PMS. And they get away scot-free. This crime continues. We need to go after these people, even from 15 years ago. We need to let these people know that they've committed a huge economic crime. We need to let them pay for their crimes. We need to bring our refineries back on track. Every government says this, but you know what the problem is, right? You come in as president of Nigeria, like President Buhari came in, and you say, oh, let's get the refineries to work. You are one man, president in Aso Rock. The man in Warri Refinery, or the man in Kaduna Refinery, or the man in Port Harcourt Refinery is far removed from you. He has a network there that is using to perpetrate crime on a daily basis. It's a network that is so embedded that you don't even begin to know where to start from. And when they come in, they realize the magnitude of the corruption going on there, and they don't know what to do. And next thing they say, let's just sell the refineries, because they don't know how to deal with these people. Tell you what, in America, we saw what happened when the mafia was dealing with the economy of America. And we saw what it took when committed men came and said, never again. We will never allow this. This is a crime on the American people. Whatever it costs us, life, limb, whatever it costs us, we'll get rid of these people. We have got to let Nigerians understand what the real issues are with this and how these people, a few people, are destroying our nation. We have got to bring concerted effort to bear on tackling these people, going after these people, irrespective of who they are. They could be kith and kin. Not that when you go after people, people start saying, oh, why is this only my tribesmen? No. If it's only your tribesmen doing that, we'll go after your tribesmen. We go after these people, recover the looted funds, get our refineries to start working again. So that when we start producing locally here, you find that the cost of production, the attendant exchange rates components to the PMS matrix will reduce here. People tell us that we need to wait. Dangote is coming, but Dangote is more geared towards export, and you pay Dangote, a businessman, and not a charity. You pay him what his rates actually are. So we need to bring our refineries back on stream. We need to bring on board more modular refineries, whilst we start looking at other aspects of energy. So gas, CNG, for example. We see other nations successfully using it. We see Netherlands, we see Iran, we see India, we see nations using CNG. It's cheaper, it's more efficient. We need to get on board more CNG stations across the country, start converting our cars to CNG so that Nigerians can start getting the benefits. We keep on speaking about this. They keep on allocating resources to this, but the political will to drive this has not been there. We need to do that to deal with this issue of subsidy. But subsidy must go yesterday and not today. Okay? If if we look at what you mentioned about inflation, let me tell Nigerians a bit, let them understand a bit what happens with inflation. Okay? You wake up and you are buying something today for 100 naira, and the next day you come and it is 200 naira or 300 naira or 500 naira. What you see, they tell you, oh, because of exchange rates, the exchange rate dynamics. Yes, exchange rate dynamics are part of it. But beyond exchange rate dynamics, we need to look at what government is also doing with taxation. This Buhari government in the last 3-4 years have kept on increasing the duties in our ports, making it extremely expensive in an import-dependent economy for people to bring in goods. Of course, they have to translate this cost to Nigerians. So where they used to pay 800,000 naira before for a container, 1.2 million naira, they're paying about 5 million naira. Where they used to pay 3 million naira, they're paying about 9 million naira per container, irrespective of what you have in that container. Imagine a young girl bringing in clothes or bringing in hair, and who says, oh, I have a container load of it. It doesn't matter the value of what you bring. You have to pay 5 million naira, 7 million naira, 9 million naira. Who's going to pay? She has to transfer that cost to people. So the government is not helping matters. But because the oil sector has failed largely, their only access to funds now is tax. In a regime where all over the world you are seeing people cutting down on taxes so that their citizens can benefit, because it's difficult all over the world. So they've gotten that wrong. So our approach is different. I will tackle the inflation in our ports. I will bring down those costs. We have to look at import substitutes so that we are exporting more than we are importing. If you ask the CBN governor, ask Nigerian banks, in the last 8 years, they should show you or tell you the number of people they've supported in exporting the new businesses in Nigeria. You'll be ashamed. We say we need to diversify our economy. We say we need to deal with the exchange rate crisis. They should show you who they have given loans, grants, who they've helped in any way to export in Nigeria. Then you begin to understand some of the mess we have when we talk about recession and inflation.
All right. I know you talked about insecurity in the country, but there is one that is threatening the election itself, which is the one happening in the Southeast. We have some elements saying there shouldn't be election there. And what do you think about that? What are you going to do specifically for the situation in the Southeast, both with the security agencies who are there, and they are also involved in killing of people and committing crimes and things like that, and all the other non-state actors?
So what's happening in the Southeast is a real shame. They've destroyed the economy of the Southeast. Are their aspirations, are their yearnings genuine? Yes, they are. Have they been cheated? Yes, they have been cheated. Is this the right way to champion for remedy? Absolutely not. What we see in the Southeast is an absolute failure of leadership. So, and that's why I feel that when people talk about a Southeast president, we see what's going on in the Southeast. Rudolph, you are from that part of Nigeria. Tell me how many meetings have been called by the Southeast leadership to engage these youths, to tell them that there's a way and there's a way. What happened in the northeast of Nigeria is what's happening in the Southeast. People are afraid of their lives. They are afraid that these young men will kill them, so they choose not to speak. They choose instead to relocate from the Southeast. Nobody's engaging these people. It gets worse every day. When people taste blood, they yearn for more blood. And there's criminality behind it because they are making money from kidnapping, from trading in human parts, and what have you. So what do we need to do? Unfortunately, as a presidential candidate, all I can do is speak to them saying, lay down your arms and engage with government, negotiate with government. So beyond encouraging them to lay down their arms, there's not much I can do. As president of Nigeria, I will lead a nation that's all-inclusive, where Nigerians know that Nigeria belongs to everyone. I will build a country where everyone feels a sense of belonging in Nigeria. I will let the Igbo man understand that you're as important to Nigeria as the Fulani man or the Yoruba man or the Ijaw man. I will let them know that they have so much more to offer Nigeria in peace than in war. I will put in place resources to revitalize the economy of that place. I will ensure that they have adequate infrastructure so that their industries can come back on stream, so that their young men and women can be employed once again, so that they can understand that Nigeria is not a country that hits them for crimes or for things that they don't know about. That Nigeria is a nation that belongs to every one of us. There's an emotional connection that they have to feel with Nigeria. As president of Nigeria, the first thing I will tackle as president is what I call the national identity crisis, where Nigerians don't understand or don't feel that they are Nigerians. It's every man to himself and God for us all. That's the first thing any president must tackle in the next 4 years. So we build a nation. We go away from the company called Nigeria into the nation called Nigeria, where we all have a sense of belonging that is tied to the green, white, green of our flag, a common identity, a common purpose, a common dream.
All right. It's still on the Southeast. I know that our audience, they're interested in joining us, and we will get them in a few minutes. But as president, how will you handle the Nnamdi Kanu situation? Will you free him? Will you do anything about the demands of the Biafrans agitators? What is the approach you will take?
So let me say this: the courts have freed Nnamdi Kanu, right? If the courts have freed Nnamdi Kanu should be free. If the government is appealing, or whatever the government is doing, let them have their day in court. I keep on saying this, right? We have competent judges in Nigeria who can adjudicate on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. There are some people who believe in a political solution to the Nnamdi Kanu crisis. I believe in a legal solution. And I saw the judiciary at work when they freed Nnamdi Kanu. If you go for a political solution and free Nnamdi Kanu, let me tell you what will happen. There are hundreds, thousands of people who've lost family members to the crisis in the Southeast. They need to hear a competent court of law pronounce Nnamdi Kanu innocent of the allegations of those crimes, for them not to hold it against him, because there are potential Nnamdi Kanus of tomorrow. We need to understand that they are victims of the Nigerian crisis. So if we take a political solution to this, these people are there with a lot of angst, hatred, festering in them. They lost father, mother, brother, sister. The legal solution is the best way to deal with this. Do you understand? Did Nnamdi Kanu give orders to people? He has said he did not. So we need to actually let the courts take charge of this process, and they are doing a good job. The government of Nigeria must stop interfering with the process. The judiciary is an independent arm of government. We must learn to obey court orders in Nigeria. If you choose to appeal, Nnamdi Kanu can be free while you are appealing the judgment. Do you understand? So I don't understand what they are doing, because they are making this crisis worse. But this is how I will deal with the Nnamdi Kanu situation.
All right. So while we get ready to get our audience involved, let me ask you, you defeated Kingsley Moghalu to become the candidate of this party. Has he been campaigning with you?
Unfortunately, he has not. But the truth is that primaries happened several months ago. There are too many issues between Nigerians right now. So I don't want to discuss Moghalu was an aspirant in my primaries. That happened several months ago.
Okay. But there are other issues we see. If you Google your name, you see issues with the party. There's division in the party. How is it playing out? How is that impacting your campaign?
So I spoke extensively about it when I said speaking about what the crisis in my party. And so what has happened is that I entered a party that's like a lot of the smaller parties we have in Nigeria. What you'll find is that they are set up there just to negotiate with the bigger parties. They have no real intention of running elections. And so they take advantage of candidates like myself, right? So when you come in there, what happens and what you will see happen is before elections, you will see them trying to align with the bigger party. They take money from them and say they have endorsed them. Just a few minutes ago, before I just joined this program, I was in a chat group with the Guba candidates of my party, who 90% of them are more or less placeholders. And someone posted a chat there saying that, oh, how they've made arrangements to go to Mina to discuss with a servant of the people in terms of the direction who they are going to align with and endorse, right? Then someone quickly realized that I was on that group and they deleted me, but I had already seen that they are in Mina right now. Guba candidates of my party from the north, they are in Mina right now trying to negotiate to get something, but because they are real placeholders. So that's the tragedy of small parties. So Nigerians will look up and say, oh, these older parties, PDP, APC, and I say to Nigerians, it's not about parties really, because all these parties are really the same. It's about Nigerians, who we are as a people. Self has killed Nigeria. People do stuff for selfish reasons, and that's what I see in most of the parties. So it's a major crisis within my party. You will see people, and let me speak about young people. Young people cannot make change in Nigeria if they choose to do things the way the older generation have done things. Shortcuts will never get you anywhere. Principles continue and will continue to matter if we need to get things right in Nigeria. There are some candidates within my party who, because they want to get into office, so what they will do is they believe, oh, APC is popular in my area. They will have their posters and put the APC candidate and their own pictures there, so that people will vote for them. Or they believe that Peter Obi is popular, and you see them put Obi's picture up, even when Obi has a candidate in the same election, Labour Party has a candidate in the same election. And it's sad because the young people who we believe that they are the ones going to rescue Nigeria, they carry a huge moral burden in their approach to trying to get power, which seems to signpost to most people that they are no different from those who they are trying to replace. We need to go back to the drawing board. We need to understand that, you know what, and I say this to everyone all the time, I am desperate. I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria, but I am desperate to change Nigeria. And because I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria, there are certain things I will not do. I will not be buying votes. I will not be paying to get the poor masses to come to a rally. I will not do things that don't show me as different from those who I'm contesting against. It's not that important for me to be president. If I can't be president in a clean way, ultimately it means that God, the giver of power, doesn't want me in that office. I have my private sector life. I'll go back to it, and I believe that you can institute change through different things, through different activities. You can institute change in your house just by your actions, by who you are. And I believe that if, as Nigerians, as individuals in our different spaces, we start trying to change this attitude of self, we destroy it and we start looking at the collective as we're building a better nation, about what we can do for the next person, not for ourselves, but how we can get Nigeria right. Nigeria will get better. Our youths are getting it wrong with this approach, and it's sad.
Okay. I know our people are already in the studio. They are waiting. I will reserve the right to ask you more questions as we go along, but I want to bring them on. While I'm bringing them on, I want you to talk about the media a little bit. I know you run the RootsTV. You are the owner of RootsTV. What has been your experience being in the media and trying to campaign, especially when you need the media to project your campaign? You know, what is the experience like?
I will say this candidly. The framers of our constitution, they envisage that where the executive is failing, that they have the legislature there as a check and balance. If the legislature is failing, they have the judiciary. But where the judiciary is failing, then they have the media, the press, as a custodian of the values of society to protect society. But where the media has failed, society then fails. That's what has happened in Nigeria. The media has failed. The media is largely in the pockets of politicians. In this electoral season, they did a better job than most because they tried to give more airtime to candidates from smaller parties and what have you. But the media immediately starts spinning a narrative after the primaries. And what you will see, the first week after the primaries, what was dominating all the headlines, they were showing poor people. A four-horse race. Atiku, Tinubu, Kwankwanso, and Peter Obi. So in so doing, they told Nigerians that the remaining 14 candidates are not ready. They are just fillers. They're not really candidates in this election. We understand what is subliminal persuasion. You see something all the time, you hear something all the time, you start believing that this is the reality. And that is why most Nigerians, even when they see and hear us, they don't see and hear us because they have a picture in their minds of those four candidates. That's a tragedy. The media did this. Now, I'll also say this. If you understand what you are a journalist, you practice in Nigeria before, what we call the brown envelope system in Nigeria, where anytime you need to address a press conference or you need to incentivize the media, this started happening because media owners were not paying their staff. And they seem to encourage people, I'm giving you an ID card, go out there and make your money any which way you can. And this has now destroyed Nigeria. It's become a practice. That means that in Nigeria, most stories are paid for stories. We can never get Nigeria right without the media. I keep on appealing to the media that they owe it to Nigerians to save Nigeria. Anything you try and do outside of them will not work because they take us into the homes of people. And if we look at new media also, it's not different. Because what they do, they took it a notch where all they seem to do is blackmail people, put up stories against people, libel them, get money from them, pull down those stories. And then you have a situation where people now have apathy to news. They don't know what to believe and what not to believe. The media needs to rescue Nigeria from this calamity that seems to befall us.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's invite our audience to weigh in. Please, when we call on you, please make it go straight to the question, no much of comments. If you have a comment, just make it brief so that we can get as many people as possible. Let me start with you, Igbo Basic. You're first. Unmute yourself.
Yes, I just did. Dumebi Kachikwu. What a brilliant mind.
Thank you very much.
What a brilliant mind you are, but you're speaking out of near purity. It is scary. I've been listening to you. I don't even know where to start, but let me try the best I can. In the Nigerian context, I noticed you went to University of Benin. And I also, where did you do your National Youth Service Corps? That's one. You spoke about a few issues, including the exchange rate, the security situation, and then you talked about the other candidates who are in the race. My question to you is, somewhere listening to Sowole Morale, and you are in the media. I'm also in the media, by the way. The media that I have practiced is Igbo Basics, and it comes with its appendages. Our motto is custodians of the conscience. So I see a lot of purity out of what you have presented. You talked about the export situation in Nigeria. I had experience with Nigerian Export Promotion Council. All that wrapped into one. In our times, we bought money, 42 kobo to 1 naira, no, to $1, 42 kobo to $1. That was what I bought money for to come to the United States. I'm on my second missionary journey to the United States. I did the National Youth Service Corps, University of Port Harcourt, Northern Freighters, 1981-82. So I do have that certificate of national service. After listening to you, the same question that I posed to Amoyole is the same question I'm going to pose to you. I know a friend of mine, Peter Umade, former Chief Judge of Anambra State, a brilliant mind also, is running out there. Omoloye is running and you are running. I'm barely looking at you. You are not, there's no airbrush. You are who you are. There's no makeup to make you what you are not. That is one encouraging image that we can see. Bold as you are in all presentations, everybody in the race now, including you, is quite capable of winning the race if we subtract all the monkey hands in the soup. If you find out that you're functioning with Kingsley Moyalo, I saw the way you handled that particular question. I know Kingsley Moyalo. It's an Aba brought up. We all grew up in Aba. I have not met you, but by the grace of God, I will meet you one day. If Nigeria presents a first 11, a true first 11, we always win. That was demonstrated in 1996, Atlanta, where Nigeria took the Olympic gold. Because Nigeria presented a formidable force. I never knew anything about Dati, Yusuf, until this time around. So what I'm saying is that there are so many brilliant minds like you, like Kingsley Moyalo, and the rest of you in the race. The question is, in forming alliances, we cannot just stay in our lane on our own and expect to make a change in Nigeria. If you realize that before the finish line, the rest of them have not broken their legs, the old soldiers are still in the race. A friend of ours, Dr. Kachikwu and Akwenze, other folk other than you, we try to run him through the party that you are leading now. But he went to Nigeria, and in fact, we tried to shop him through SDP.
Igbo Basic, please, can you get to the question, because there are a lot of people and we don't want to.
I have packed my questions into
no, please, get to the question so that we can get other people involved, please.
So our brother Dumebi, if you find that at the finish line that you are not going to become the president of Nigeria in this particular dispensation, would you be prepared to align with the younger folks. I'm not talking about the older folks. I'm not talking about Atiku. I'm not talking about the man who is already in ancestral land, which is Jagabon. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about, would you be willing to align with the likes of Peter Obi, you, Kingsley, the rest of you that we find that are very brilliant? Can you all please join forces with somebody like Peter Obi to bring Nigeria the new birth that we expect?
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, so do you want to answer one question at a time, or you want us to go three at a time?
Let me just his question speaks to alliance, and let me just quickly answer that. But we'll probably take two questions or three questions at a time, depends on the structure of the question. About alliance, thank you very much for your question. About alliances, at the finish line, there are no longer any alliances because you have gotten to the finish line, and Nigerians then decide who they want to lead them in the next 4 years. So that's what happens at the finish line. If your question is, before we get to the finish line in the next couple of weeks, am I prepared to enter an alliance with Peter Obi against PDP or APC? The answer is no. And I will explain why. I am an Igbo man from Delta State. Anambra State happens to be my next door neighbor. I know the tragedy of the Igbos in Nigeria, what we have suffered, and most of what we have suffered is attributed to our past political leaders and their performance while in office. And if we even look at the crisis we have in Igbo land today and how these leaders have managed that crisis that has destroyed the economy of that place, it speaks volumes about our leaders. Now, if we have not been able to, as Igbo leaders, manage that crisis, I worry about promoting someone to the highest office in the land who has no clear-cut vision or has not done anything in a crisis that seems to have his state as the heartland. But beyond that, I will also say this, beyond that sort of alliances, right? Peter Obi as governor of Nigeria, in 8 years as governor, was the only governor in Nigeria who didn't have the handicap, the yoke of a party structure to stop him from performing. If you understand party structure in Nigeria, what APC and PDP, as a governor, and the hangers on the people in that party who hold on to you, who depend on you for their means of livelihood, children's school fees, contracts, and what have you. As a governor, he largely rode into office on the church, and the people gave him the vote. So he didn't have that ABGA, really, who was in ABGA as a structure to stop him from performing. The truth is that if Obi had performed, we will not have the crisis we have in Igbo land today. The challenge most people have had in speaking to the Obi issue is because if you see a well-packaged product, and if you see the militancy, that seeming militancy behind people supporting him, and when you want to speak, knowing how people come against you, people don't want to speak or they're afraid to speak. Why am I running? Because I remember 8 years ago, leading up to the elections then, seeing how Buhari was packaged, seeing Nigerian youth saying change, 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 change. Never again, anybody but Jonathan. Even a goat is better than Jonathan. They put Buhari in tuxedos. They gave Buhari the Igbo, this Igbo cap to wear and Igbo dress to wear. Changed his garbs, but he didn't change the man. 8 years later, our nation is almost finished. So when we see things that are not right, we should speak. I'm not comfortable about this. I'm not going to go with the mob or the multitude to say, oh, because they're all saying this. I need to ask critical questions. I always said this, that were I to have been in a debate with other candidates, right? And I see a candidate who as far as I'm concerned, brings a worldview different, better, brings solutions better, stronger arguments. But what, as a businessman, why am I punishing myself running a race? But I would rather align or support that person because I'd rather still be in the private sector. I am running for office because I cannot tell my children the same story my father told me. It will get better. It will only get better if we do something about it. That's why I chose to be in the race. It's difficult to be in this race because let me tell you what I have seen is that Nigerians that you believe that you are fighting for us, for all of us as a people, because of the apathy they have to governance, politics, elections, and if they take a mindset, because and this vocal minority, when they come after you, ask yourself, well, if I were to have stayed in my house, I wouldn't have to deal with this. For how long can I continue to move my children from country to country? To live apart from my children, to get home to an empty house, because I'm afraid that if I leave my children here, one day I'll come back home and the driver will say they took your children on the way back from school. I said to do something about this and fight for my country. So I will get to the finish line. I want it to be told, I want it to be said that Nigerians had options. And when they make their decision, they made their decision willingly. They chose who they want to choose. So whatever we have to deal with in the next 4 years, that will open our eyes because we know that this is what we have to deal with. Let me end by saying this. When I speak about Peter Obi and about his performance and what have you, I will tell you this. My experience or what I've seen about the candidates, the older candidates, I don't believe these people are evil. I believe, like all of us, we have our strengths and we have our weaknesses, we have our flaws, we have what makes us good. I believe that he's a first-class individual who also has his flaws, just like we all do. My worry, my fear is this, that does he have what it takes to get Nigeria to the next dispensation? Does Tinubu have it? Do I have it? The mistake we all make as Nigerians is because we are championing for a hero. We fail to understand that till we all, as Nigerians, as individuals in our small places, decide to be part of this process, decide to contribute, to make changes in our spaces, when we all decide to be heroes in our little spaces, that's the day Nigeria will get better. If even Obi were to be an angel sent from God to Nigeria, if we as individuals don't make the change we need to make, Obi cannot perform magic in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We go to you, Lexi.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. And Dumebi, you are welcome. Dr. Damages, you've been doing a good job bringing forward people who can at least make us know that there are thinkers still in Nigeria. Now, the question I have for Dumebi is this. Do you believe in what we here in America, the greatest country in this world, believe in, which is the inalienable right of human beings? That is inborn in us, that we have a right to be happy, to be at peace with ourselves, and to live on this earth. Do you believe that? If you do or if you don't, I also want to ask, what do you have against self-determination? Either answer for the first question brings about the second question, what you have against self-determination. Now, I also want to ask, if the kind of things that have been happening in Nigeria, including the massacre that took place in Asaba, that we can't just forget about, we have to memorialize those things because they happened and human beings were involved. And people are still very uncomfortable. And the killing is still going on. Don't you think that this diversity that all of you are preaching should be brought together in unity, that the ground for it is very, very slippery. And that, I mean, we as a people should think more than just forcing people together the way we have been doing, and trying to try out what we know will not work. We have a dangerous diversity in Nigeria. And the countries that have had that dangerous diversity have solved that problem by thinking right. Why is everyone refusing to look at how best we can all? And I'm not saying some people should go and suffer and be left to regret anything. Why can't we think about a situation where the whole of Nigerians will solve their own problem according to their own group, and we all can together live as neighbors and work together, even as an economic region? Because all these things that we are going through now, even the fears and the woes and all that is going on, is because Nigeria, the foundation, the origin, and the diversity is dangerous, and it has remained so. Are you going to change the mind of people as individuals who have in their minds decided that certain people are so bad that they can't deal with them, or are so ungodly that they can't deal with them, or that,
All right.
people are confessing today?
Let's thank you.
Lexi, thank you very much for your question, loaded question, but I believe you also answered your question. You spoke to the foundation of our country. We were once a company, and what people do in a company is profits. The shareholders of a company profit. The company was sold to the British government, who profited from this same company. They transformed this company into another company called Nigeria and had new shareholders. But in the memat, in the articles of this company, they now had things like religion, tribe, tongue. They put those things in the articles and memat because they wanted this company to fail from day one. And this company failed and has failed spectacularly. How then do we address this failure? God has not made a mistake.
Let
me say this. I said God has not made a mistake in having us within a particular geographical region.
Okay.
The mistake of man can never be the mistake of God. So where man has made mistakes, I don't believe God has made a mistake. So we need to go back to the very foundation. We need to use, I'm happy you referred to America, right? The Americans have signed up to a charter, to a dream. They call it the American dream. Even people like us who moved to America, we subscribe to the American dream. What is the Nigerian dream? And can you have a Nigerian dream when you don't really have a nation? Earlier on, I said that the next president of Nigeria, even if it's one thing he does, he must bring together the nation called Nigeria. He must speak to our national identity. He must speak to what makes us the dream, the charter. We must all sign up to a charter under the green, white, green of our flag that says that we all buy into this dream, this charter, and we subscribe to this, and we want to go forward under this new charter. If we don't do that, we continue to deceive ourselves. Our fathers passed on their biases to us. It's destroying us. Fortunately or unfortunately for us, 45% of our current population are under the age of 15. Do we want to pass on these biases to these people who are innocent? Or do we say that we need to stop this from today? Get rid of this old brigade that holds on to the hurts, the pains, what we have seen before, and build a new nation that works for our children. But we have to define that charter. A nation that subscribes to the happiness of its citizens. A nation that speaks to meritocracy and not mediocrity. A nation that speaks to secure borders. A nation that diminishes tribe, tongue, and religion and promotes everything that unites us. A nation that protects the young, the old, the women in our society. A nation that encourages the talents of our youth, of the individuals. A nation that protects all our liberties. Is it possible to subscribe to a charter that ties us all together? I think it is possible. Self has killed us, and self was in the memoirs of the company that they incorporated in 1960. We need to take out self in this new charter when we build a nation. Tell you what, I come from Delta State. If you have a country called Delta, you still have communal clashes. You still have the Ijaw believing that they should have supremacy, or the Urhobos, or the Igbos. You still have some people calling some people minorities. If you're to have an Igbo nation today, you still have communal clashes. You still have some people who say, I am Catholic, I am Methodist, I am Anglican. Religion will still divide us there. Tribe, what we speak, who we are will still divide us. So we must promote our commonalities as people. Use it to define a new nation, a new charter. We must do this for our children, because no matter how, I lived in America, my family is in America. But no matter what you do there, ultimately, Nigeria is where we're born, we're Nigerians. We need to build this nation that will work for every Nigerian, irrespective of where you are from. If you have a president that loves Nigerians, loves every Nigerian, that protects every Nigerian, that protects our freedoms, do you think that the charter, the restiveness you have now, do you think you'll have it? We have this thing amplified in the last 8 years because we have a president who, by his body language, seemed to show that I don't really care about you people, go to hell. And he started paying the price. He cannot contain it anymore. But we have to love our people back. We have to love our people and let our people know that we cannot destroy ourselves from inside. Our people are the ones who are most affected. Our economy has been destroyed. Our business is lost. We're now in IDP camps. We're begging. We who were once productive. I will not destroy the Igbo people on the altar of creating a nation that will have the same problem that the Nigerian nation has. So let's look at the problems we have in this company, build a nation that works for everybody, and let Nigerians lead a new lease of life in a nation that works for everyone. Can we do it? Yes, we can. That's why we must build a nation and a new constitution that works for everybody. We send people to the National Assembly to go and represent tribe and religion. How do you expect Nigeria to work? Nigeria cannot work when we continue to do this. Every weekend we have different associations meeting on the basis of tribe. In America, do you have that happening? Absolutely not. It's us Nigerians who are doing that in America. But Americans don't meet weekends on the groupings of tribe. So if we get rid of this, if we meet on the basis of our flag, on the basis of who we are as Nigerians, a Nigerian people blessed by God, people, we see ourselves as gods, but God bless this country so much that the resources we have as a people underneath the ground and in us as human beings, no nation in the world has it. Did God make a mistake? No, God did not make a mistake. Man is the one making the mistake, but we cannot let that mistake continue to define us. We must go in a different direction. No matter how we decide to slice and dice this, you will still have the same problem. So let us promote commonalities that promote people, the goodness in us. Anywhere I go to across the world, I'm seeing Nigerians thriving, doing well. You go to Dubai, Nigeria is planning the energy of Dubai for the next 30, 40 years. In America, see what Nigerians like you are doing. In America, all over the world, see what Nigerians are doing. Yes. Then you come to Nigeria, Nigerians are not functioning in Nigeria because of the enemy in us, self. Because of what was planted ab initio in the creation of this country. So we know this problem. Let's get rid of this problem. and let's build a new nation that works for everyone. If Nigerians see a president, have a president that promotes inclusiveness, brings us together, do you think that people will still be talking about having self-determination? You won't see it anymore. That's what we must do. How many nations can we divide because everybody says, no, I want my own. No, we cannot continue in that direction. We must protect our children. Thank God for the internet. Thank God the world's a global. Thank God our North and South, children from North and South are coming together now, forming companies together, marrying each other, understanding that they are better than who their parents are, that these biases cannot continue to define them. Thank God we're seeing that, and we must encourage that in building a new nation. But the next president of Nigeria, his single focus in the next 4 years is to build this nation called Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alexis. Let's go to Abby. Abby, you are next.
Thank you, Rudolph, aka Dr. Insecurity Damages. We cannot stop calling that title. I try to separate the real Rudolph from Dr. Damages, but it's hard. Okay, back to the point. Mr. Dumebi, it's my pleasure to meet you. I'm just saying now, hearing your voice, that and then I Googled you and saw Root Media, and I remember seeing some video where you did some analysis, and now it's connecting. Oh, okay. This is the man. Good work. I like Root Media. They're bringing something different, very nice. But that's by the way. So I want to go straight to the to my questions, okay? And I have a few of them, and because I will not be paraphrasing, I must be allowed to download my question. No stories. Everybody knows that. Number one, what is going to be your approach or your take on restructuring? Just put that down. Number two, if you become president, that's what I mean. Number two, are you going to be a petroleum minister when you become president? If the answer is no, then I would like you to expatiate on the demerits of a president becoming or making himself a petroleum minister. And I know you will have experience in that because your brother was Minister of State for Petroleum. Very brilliant man. I like that man. My third question is, so you know, when you want to become president, you are no more of your own. We start opening your yash and checking you out, everything. So I start checking you out when you started this interview, and I'm seeing some few seemingly allegations, I'll put it, of corruption, of bribery, of asset confiscation due to bribery and all that. In 2015, June 10, Sarah reported, put there that, 70 million scam and all that. So that bothers me. I'd like you to throw or diffuse these allegations. And the last one, because I'm a man who like equity. I have more questions, but the last one. The last question is talking about Peter Obi. I see that you mentioned that, about, first of all, you dabble around him being conclusively incompetent or didn't perform well, and you mentioned about him being a problem, that he hasn't taken responsibility well when he had the opportunity, because if he had done well, the problem in the Igbo land wouldn't be occurring. But I know that the Southeast has about 5, 6, 7 states, I don't know. And Anambra is just one. And I didn't know where the Anambra governor is like the, overall leader of the Southeast, where whatever it does becomes an overriding stuff. And again, I also know that government is a continuum. And, we have to, and you have even given credence to that. So I'm wondering why you come with those conclusions. And you also mentioned that it looks to you like it's going to likely be a bad investment, sort of, like Buhari, where people had hope. And, we are where we are today. I'm just wondering if your assertions in terms of is being a bad investment are qualitative or quantitative in idea. And the 3B of my question is that what do you think if Peter Obi, who has been governor, had made mistakes, is coming back with lessons learned? And I'm just wondering what you think in terms of public affairs management, where you think you are better skilled than him, who had deep his hand in it, is coming out with lessons learned. And we have statistics, not by Nigeria, that we pull over the internet on Millennium Development Goals, which this guy did far better than any governor in Nigeria. They're staring on our face, and you are coming. You have done well in business. Obi has done well in business. Obi has dabbled into public whatever. You have not. I don't have that fact. So I'm just wondering if you can throw light into all those and justify your assertions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ebi.
Thank you, Ebi. Restructuring. When I spoke about building a new nation and having a new national identity, when we do that, the issues that we have about restructuring will all be incorporated there, because the constitution we have today is a totally flawed constitution that divides us as a people, that sets in sections of the country and what view. So we need to have a new constitution that is going to build on the foundation of the new nation that we will build. So that must be done. Let me speak to the issue of the corruption allegations. I will say this quickly to you. Allegations are just allegations. I'm here speaking to you. I'm here as a candidate. The same EFCC that you said that you made mention of came out and said that those allegations were spurious and there was never anything against me. I will say to you also, when you did your Google investigation, you'll find out that I'm the only candidate in this race, other than maybe Showore, who has consistently taken on this government. If I were to have skeletons in my closet, this government, there's a lot this government has done. Trust me, they will have shut me down. But I've considered taking them on before I became a candidate. Thank God you said you've seen some of my videos in the past and what's a view. So we can do what we do because, not because I believe that any man is a saint or has to be a saint to do the right thing, but I believe that ultimately that the journey to nationhood starts with every individual taking self-responsibility in trying to do what is right by his nation, by neighbor community, by family, and by himself, and all, but above all by God. In speaking about P2B, you used the word incompetence, and let me say this, right? The governors in the southeast of Nigeria, in the southeast region of Nigeria, a region that is blessed with people who have entrepreneurial skills, who have not even asked government for capital, takeoff capital, who undertake on their own to do what they can to add their quota to our nation building exercise, to our economy. If our governors had done what they needed to do, the southeastern region of Nigeria will be a little China, a production hub supporting Africa. It's easy for these people to always say federal government, Abuja, this and that, but anytime you see what they are doing in their domains, in America, every single thing you see starts with a master plan. The communities we have there, master plan communities, everything, there's a big plan that ties into another plan and ties into another plan, and all plans tie into the overall dream of the American people. Our governors, unfortunately, have never had plans. People will emerge as governors and believe that the work of a governor is simply to award contracts, what the contracts tie into, if there's a cohesive plan that it ties into and what have you. We never see it. I made reference, when I was speaking about P2B, I made reference to Buhari, and I'll say this. As a student and fighting for democracy and being a Nigerian who was declared wanted by the Abacha government for my activities as a student, I worry and I fight and I question every single thing. When Buhari came or was about to come, I kept on warning Nigerians because I saw people just jump on this bandwagon and they don't question anything. They have this bandwagon effect, this mob effect, and nobody questions anything. Every single thing they told us, we didn't question. People didn't question. But it must be Buhari. The church says seeing visions. Thus said the Lord, thus said the Lord, thus said the Lord. Everything, we're seeing all these things, and we got the Buhari we wanted. I see the same thing happening again today with P2B. All I have said is that we ought to ask questions. If P2B speaks about going from consumption to production, we need to ask, produce what, when, how? If you decide what you produce, what will be the multiplier effect in our economy? How many jobs will this create? What will be the base, the hub of that? How does that affect the twin effects of recession and inflation in Nigeria? How will that help the tide, foreign exchange slide? How will that create jobs? How does that ultimately help security? How do we speak of our housing crisis? How do we speak to the fact that our youths, our middle class, the middle class, which is the bedrock of every society, that they are jackpying, leaving Nigeria in droves and taking their wealth with them, leaving our nation empty? How do the things he speaks about, how do they tie into all these things for us to have a deeper conversation, to hear more, to understand? Cliches are all well and good, but remember this: if you live in Nigeria, I live in Nigeria, I saw my net worth depreciate under Buhari. I see the struggle, having to work 20 times as hard to get by because Nigerians made the wrong choices. And now when they make the wrong choices, everyone is affected. All I have said is this: we have these people who have led us in the past. Their failures are institutional failures that not necessarily have to do with them as individuals, because if you have to look at party structure, if you have to look at our society, who we are, someone enters there and everybody's on the person, contracts this and what have you. And then these people get there and they fail to perform. But ultimately, people fail to perform because he who fails to plan plans to fail. Because that plan was never there that we can question. And when we choose to question plans now, people come against us and say, why do you say that? But I question the plan because I'm a Nigerian. Whatever happens, who my president is affects me as an individual, affects my family, affects my community. All I'm doing is question the plan. Let's speak to these issues. Because tell you what, you know what? In even speaking to the issues I raise or even debating, and perchance P2B becomes a president, he can say to himself, because I went through these debates, I understood these issues, I was better informed, better exposed to some ideas, I might be able to implement this. I have a better understanding. But if we just have come with this overview and when we don't look at details, when we have 120 million poor people in our nation,
133 actually.
133 million people, over 60 million people unemployed. I worry every day that as I'm living from office to home, that's the day these people will erupt and they will eat me alive. I worry every day. I was speaking to Rudolph earlier and I said to him, I said, listen, I live in America. I brought my family back. I have my older kids still there. My family moved to Dubai because I was afraid of what will happen in Nigeria. I brought them back again because I got tired of living apart from my family. But the fear every day is that as they go to school, that they might not make it back home. So that's why I question all these things. It's my right to question them. But if we can all come together, if we understand, because another mistake with the P2P phenomenon is we are looking for a hero, and that's a mistake. We know there are no heroes. We know there are no saints. People abscond from individual responsibility because when you start pointing to heroes, and when they do that, you know already that is the recipe for failure and disaster. And that's what happened to Buhari. And that's why if we understand these issues, we should speak about them. Speaking about them now, it makes Obi or any candidate a better person. That's all it does. It makes them a better person. So a man who owns a bank, runs a business, of course, it takes a certain level of competence, know how to do all those things. Yes. So you can't take that away from him. But I'm speaking to the fact that if you look at what happened before, what will be done differently now to ensure that Nigerians don't pay a huge price of having another 4 years of clueless leadership? In Abuja today, as I went out to buy groceries for my family, I saw the queues at ATM machines. I saw the queues at the filling stations. You queue for fuel, you queue to collect money. People were telling me they pay a taxi drivers in new currency. They give them change in old currency. The same taxi driver won't collect new currency. I see the crisis that's fomenting. I see that it seems we are building to anarchy. Anarchy will only happen in Nigeria if the issues I speak to, are not properly addressed. I am a candidate, but before being a candidate, I am a Nigerian. I speak about the candidates from the point of concern of being a Nigerian. It's nothing personal, but because I saw their failures, but I also understand that their failures are our collective failures because we never question what we should question. We always let the vocal minority lead us and lead us astray. And the silent majority continue to stay silent. And our nation continues to fumble from one disaster to another.
All right.
It's not about P2P's person. It's about our country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kachikwu. It's my pleasure. I will take a bow for someone else to come in. Thanks, Mr. Dr. Damages.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ebi. Mr. James, you're next.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you very much for coming to enlighten us on this platform. I go straight to the point. From what I'm observing, all the presidential candidates, or virtually all of them, are birds of a feather. Because since independence till now, whenever it's time for elections, they come and give us flowery speeches. I will do this, I will do that. I will make a he-goat pregnant, rain will fall in Sahara for 6 months if I'm, those kind of stuff. They don't give us blueprint. How do you hope to do it? I want to cite an example I've cited on this platform more than once. When I was in high school in Benin City, a man came, they call Obafemi Awolowo, with his free education program. We sat him down at Urokbota Hall. It was called Exhibition Center in those days. Himself, Babatokbe, Latif Jakonde, Aprosali, Bola Ige, and others. We quizzed them. This program you are bringing to Benin State, how many children in Benin State will benefit from it? They gave us an approximate number. Where will you get the teachers? They told us the number of teachers they hope to recruit. They are not available, so how do you hope to get them? They said they will establish 4 colleges of education, Benin, Afuze, Agbo, and Wari. Having done this, where will the money come from? They gave us a comprehensive breakdown. And who did this for them? It's a man they call Ebenezer Babatokbe. He was in charge of publicity and research of the Unity Party of Nigeria. At the end of the day, these men delivered the goods because we voted for them. And they even gave us what they did not promise us, Benin State University, Ekpoma. These are people who did their homework. Today, when we meet these politicians aspiring to become heads of state or presidents, if I ask them, what is your plan for agriculture? They will tell us, we will feed the whole of you. Now, let's say Delta State, where we come from, we grow a lot of cassava. What quantity of cassava do we produce? If we overproduce, what happened to the excess? Are you going to build silos where we decide, we want a comprehensive breakdown of whatever you are saying. What we are hearing right now, we've heard it before since Shagari's time, First Republic, up to now. There's nothing new in what we are hearing right now. What we want is a comprehensive breakdown. If there's a security problem in the country, who are the terrorists? How many illegal guns do we have in the country? Where are they coming from? Where are the supply routes? How many unofficial entry points do we have in Nigeria? As a political party, you should have a research and development unit to dig into these things. But from the look of things, we are not getting these answers from anybody. So I think, I don't know what to say. Frankly speaking, I've lost confidence in the country, and even those who are aspiring to rule the country, they cannot deliver the goods from what I'm seeing, because in Awolowo's time, he said, I cannot solve all problems. He identified for free education, free medical services, integrated rural development, and full and gainful employment. He said of these four, education is the priority. He made it very clear. I'm not going to abandon the others, but I will concentrate on education and demand deliver the goods. If anybody is in doubt, please let him contradict me. But the presidential candidates we're having right now, none is giving us any blueprint. You want to produce instead of consuming. How do you go about it? What kind of industries do you want to? I'm completely fed up with Nigeria. I've given up.
Thank you.
Nigeria. In fact, let me tell you, Mr. Damages, I feel very ashamed to be identified as a Nigerian. I feel very ashamed because of our inability to govern ourselves. Even presidential candidates cannot give us blueprints. Then what are we here talking grammar for? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James. I will, Rudolph, if you permit me, I would like to spend a bit of time responding to James, because it bothers me when I see people frustrated. I see people give up on us as a people, on who we are, and I know the importance of everyone to our nation building exercise, and so I want to respond to James in detail. I like the fact that you mentioned Awolowo, but let me say this to you. Awolowo at the time was running for office. Was running for office in the Nigeria that the British had ruled. They had the requisite data they needed to plan for Nigeria at that time. Nigeria was not a nation of 200 million people. Nigeria at that time didn't have 36 states. Nigeria at that time was different from the picture of the Nigeria we see today. You mentioned about the plans they made. You mentioned about Ambosali University. When they made the plans to establish that school, did their plans see that school will be in the state it is today? No. We must always put things in proper context. Nigeria today is a complex, cosmopolitan society bedeviled by myriad issues. And our issues, you're right, because we are not planning. The first custodian of any data we need to use to plan is government. But our government sublets this job to a lot of multilateral agencies. They don't even do this themselves. So if you're looking for any data in Nigeria, you have to go with data you see on the internet, mostly from a lot of these agencies and what have you. The job of the president of Nigeria is not to be an economic expert, to be an agricultural expert, to be a banking expert, to be an infrastructural engineer, or any of those. The job of the president of Nigeria is to be somebody who understands all those issues, who can tie all those issues to a vision that works for every Nigerian. He spoke about agriculture in Delta State. I will tell you this. You might not have heard about the CLAP project. CLAP is Comprehensive Local Agriculture Plan. It's a project I conceptualized several years ago for Nigeria. Government kept on talking about the fact that we ought to diversify our economic base, and agriculture, we all know, is a great tool towards doing that. The first thing I understood is that in Delta State, the climatic conditions in Warri is not the same as Asaba. Or what you have in Warri is not the same thing you have in Isoko land. The soil type is different. They can grow cassava in Warri, they can grow cassava in Isoko, they can grow cassava in Asaba. But everyone has the economies of scale in how they can produce the cassava. So you have to look at who has comparative advantage in producing that cassava. This is the plan they never made in Nigeria concerning agriculture in any way. So I made a plan. I said to them, in Nigeria, all across Nigeria, we need to get away from what we are doing now, and we need to look at every part of Nigeria, what they can produce, what they have comparative advantage in. We need to have agro-processing parks in every senatorial district. We need to have farm service centers in every local government that supports the farmers with instructions, know-how, farm implements, fertilizer and seedlings and what have you. We need to have farm parks where we employ our youths, pay them for working there. Whatever they produce, they have people, off-takers in the agro-processing centers who process these things because they have storage, they have silos, and what have you there. We can then start exporting our surplus to Africa, the rest of Africa, and the rest of the world. I made this plan. The experts from all over the world came to Abuja. We had a 1-week session and said that this was the best plan for agricultural revolution in Nigeria. This government truncated that plan because they believed that I, who was one of their greatest critics, was involved. Even though the local governments had come together and even awarded a contract for that purpose, they terminated it. I spent a lot of money because I always put my money where my mouth is. When they truncated it, I warned them. I said, you know what? There's a food crisis coming to the world. Nigeria needs to position itself so that we are the food bank. Fly across Nigeria and see what God gave us. They didn't take it. I remember writing to the SGF. I remember putting it in the public domain. I'm sure you guys can see a lot of these things. They ignored it. COVID came. The crisis we're facing was the crisis I foretold then. Made the detailed plans for it. We are paying the price. In the healthcare sector, if you have Googled me, you'll see what we call the Abuja Medical City. Made a plan, costs a lot of money. Go and Google it. A detailed plan to stop our healthcare professionals from leaving the country and bring those who have left the country back to Nigeria. It's in the public domain. Go and see what happened there under President Jonathan. It was a detailed plan. The Ghanaian government is running with their plan, is working for them. Nigeria failed to execute. All my life, I have always believed that I should go in the area that supports the progress development of Nigeria. And if you go in that direction, you will benefit as a Nigerian and also as a business person. I make the plans. I can speak on any sector you want me to speak about and tell you about detailed plans and what we need to do. I can speak about those things because as a businessman operating in different countries and having diverse business interests, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm saying. The problem is not that about people not having these plans. The problem is that the Nigerian people need to come together as a people and say, we are interested in buying into this plan and making it work for our country. Alone, no presidential candidate can do it on their own. If you give up, everyone gives up. Do we still have a country? No, we don't have a country. What you are frustrated about, I am frustrated also as a business person. But there are people who keep on working quietly day and night trying to see how they can mitigate the effects of a bad, non-performing government. It's not that we don't have plans. They have plans. There are people who have plans. Speak to them. The issue is that the Nigerian people are captivated, or have what we call the Stockholm syndrome. I call it the Nigerian syndrome. We are captivated by our captors. We love them. We believe in them. When you have new people come on board, this love, this affinity we have for these old people, we can't seem to leave them. Thus, we stay in this crisis, believing that no one can, only those people who have held us captive. The same people who put our house on fire. In Lagos, there will be a crisis. The area boys will set their house on fire. When people are shouting, fire, 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 you see the area boys are the ones who are running with buckets of water to put out the fire. And in trying to put out the fire, they are looting the house. In Nigeria, these same people we talk about, they put Nigeria on fire. They are the ones, some of them standing as candidates trying to put out the fire because they want to continue their looting. We are not all the same. Some of us have better leanings. We understand what needs to be done, but we understand. I tell you this, any candidate that comes to you and says, me, everything I've said, I've talked about we, the collective. I am nothing without you. I cannot do anything on my own. If we don't have the collective working together seriously towards these plans, we're wasting our time. It can never be about me, it's about us. All of us are the people working towards these plans. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Boniface, let me take permission from you. Let me just go to Omori. He's driving. I know he, but I'll come back to you next. Omori, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for the privilege. It's always a delight to be on your show. And I want to thank you once again for your good job, for choosing to be different. A situation where everybody is greedy and looking for the fast lane to get rich. Thank you for your courage to speak truth to power. Welcome on board our guests. If I hear the voice of a comrade, I can easily recognize it. When you were talking about tackling a Abacha and maybe somewhere in your school, when in my village school, I didn't have the means to attend a good school. Myself and the last of Moses they were somewhere in Ekboma doing the best we feel we could. Thank you for your courage, for your vivid understanding of the situation, and your clear articulation of what the solutions to be are. I once said in this program that Nigerians we are the problem of what we are going through. A very writer once said the problem of Nigeria is simply and clearly leadership problem. I'm trying to turn that one around to say I've discovered with time there is more of leadership problem than leadership problem. Thank you once again for your courage to speak truth to power. When they see people like you, what they tell you is you don't have experience. Where have you served? Where have you worked? The experience they believe, Nigerian people believe in the experience of IBB, Abacha, and the rest of them. So, we have a long way to go. My simple question to you is, last week or so, we had a comrade in this platform. And you also confirmed my suspicion today that AAC is the only organic party. Now that we have been deceiving to ADC to give you the impression that of the structure they never had, the structure of corruption and what have you. And now, I don't want to say you didn't do your due diligence or your feasibility studies very well. And I think it's never too late. Now that you have discovered the reality on ground, are you making effort to rub minds and work together to form a synergy? We like minds and mobilization to deliver Nigeria, rescue Nigeria from the hands of this cabal, criminal elements, call our leaders. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Omori. All right.
You spoke about an alliance, what I understood. Thank you very much for the compliments. You spoke about an alliance with the likes of Showore. We speak amongst ourselves. What we have said is that we are determined to run this race to the very end. It's a very, very challenging race because I say to people all the time, I'm not running a race against the other candidates. I'm running a race against Nigerians because Nigerians seem to be our opponents because Nigerians, like I said, we have the Stockholm syndrome effect going on, and we need to work very hard to try and love them out of this captivity. It's not easy. It's not a one-day effort. It has to be sustained effort towards convincing people. Like you said, you rightly said, people will tell you that, you don't have experience. Why don't you, or some people say, why don't you become a councillor first or become a local government? You go for local government chairman first of all. And they say all those things to you and speak about what experience you have in the political space, you know. And I always laugh. And I said to them, I said, so what you refer to as experience is an experience in failure in managing our country, because these people have all managed our country. And if our country were to be working, we have senators in America who stay senators for over 30 years, but because it's working. But if we see it's failing, do we now say that the experience they have, the experience of failure, is what counts them or what puts them in good stead over other people who are coming to try? If the Nigerian people don't understand, or we have people who say, I can't vote for you, I don't want to waste my votes. That is one of the greatest damages to our democratic franchise, because people have this wrong notion that a vote for someone you think might not is a wasted vote. No. It's just like saying my child will not pass the exam, I won't send him to school. We must continue to support votes for people who believe that they can deliver based on the right reasons, based on our understanding of what the issues are, and based on the fact that they speak or align with the issues that we are aligned with, if those issues are important to us. And that's what we vote for, win or not win. Losing is also a part of the democratic franchise, of the democratic experience. It's not all about winning. Winners and losers are what make up our democratic franchise. So I get that a lot. We are committed to running this race to the very end. I believe that ultimately the silent majority, those people who are not, don't seem interested in being part of this experiment, that as Nigeria continues to fumble, to get worse, people wake up one day and realize that our nation is on the brink and we need to do something. And at that point, they can no longer japa, but they must all stay and work towards building Nigeria. Something will happen. My prayer was that will have happened during this electoral season. That was my prayer, that we will notice, our people will wake up and our people will ask questions, and our people will think differently. But unfortunately, when we overlook things like party structure, we don't want to get involved in the party structure space. We don't know how important that is. We have already failed. When we choose not to question what the media puts out there, we have failed. When we stay and watch an election come 3-4 weeks away and you didn't have any major debates and we kept quiet. Let me tell you something. Do you know some people invited me for debates and they said to me, I had to pay to come for the debates? Youth groups. There was a debate that was supposed to hold some days ago. They canceled that debate. Why? Because some of them said that they wanted the candidates to contribute some money towards the airing and what have you. People don't understand what's really going on. They use scam in the background. But if we open our eyes to the charade that's going on, we might start asking questions before it is too late. If you see the crowds that you see at the APC rallies, you see Nigerians like you and I watching someone with diminished cognitive abilities, and they are cheering him, clapping for him, and you're not worried as a Nigerian, then there's something wrong. Who are those people? I know people like you and I, why are they doing it? It bothers me to no end. But these are some of the problems we are facing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have about 16 minutes more with him. He has to go in 16 minutes. So quickly, we will take 2 questions in a row. And just the question, please, because if you guys do it well, we can get the people who are in the studio at least. Boniface, just 1 question each, just one. Find your best question, please. All right, go ahead.
I wanted to ask two. Can you guys hear me?
One, please. Yeah, so that we can get everybody in 15 minutes.
Okay. So let me ask the one that is most dear to me. I've been hustling to get my PVC. I plan to travel to East to vote during election, and I heard that IPOB will put up a sit-at-home order. So I transferred a long time ago, and since then I've been hustling to get my PVC, and up till now it's not been printed. I live in Lagos. What do you guys plan to do? As in, is there any plan in place to pressure INEC at least to extend the deadline so that at least some of us who like passionately want to vote in this election can at least participate and do our the little we can?
Thank you.
That is my question.
Thank you, Boniface. You want to
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, very quickly, I'll tell you this. We are going to make a statement in the next few days. The issue is that INEC must extend. INEC must make it easy for people to collect their PVCs. If it means going to the courts to ensure that they do that, they extend the collection till a few days to the elections, we will do that. But it's important that everyone gets their PVCs. INEC must not put bottlenecks in place so that people are frustrated. We will do that. Don't worry about that.
All right. Thank you. John Abba, you're next. Just a question.
Okay, but then why are you wiping your face all the time? Is it because you are hot, or because of the question from Rudolph, or because of us? Why are you wiping your face often time? Are you
very simple. Let me answer your question very quickly. I'm just recovering from COVID. One of the things COVID does to you is it makes you weak, and sometimes you feel you are fully recovered and you feel you can go out there, but then COVID tells you no, not so fast. So I'm still dealing with the effects of COVID. That's why I'm sweating, even though the air condition is on here. I'm feeling very weak. I actually plan to do 5 hours on this program, but seeing how I'm feeling, I had to send Rudolph a message to say, "Hey guy, I'm feeling a bit weak. Let me cut short my time. I'm sweating because of if I'm just recovering from COVID."
So sorry, I don't have much to say. So sorry to hear that. I wish you well, and wish Nigerian well. Dr. Rudolph, thank you for having me. And next time when you come, spend more time with us, because we have a lot of questions for you. I don't know whether you are worried more about the youth corruption or the elderly people corruption, but I know that's something also bother you. But next time we talk about it. God bless.
All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John Abba. Yemi, you're next.
Mr. Dumebi, thank you for coming. Rudolph, thank you for hosting the space. I have 3 questions. I have to narrow it down to one.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, I know your down ballot candidate. You know, you and I, we've had some back and forth on it. People like Awa in Kaduna, Ezekiel in Nasarawa, Blessing in Abia, all of them. There are a lot of young candidates running, trying to do something differently in the down ballot. And for us to understand that the voters register 18 to 34 years old has the highest PVC. They are the highest population with the PVC holders. How do you intend to galvanize those people to vote for you, and what will you say to your down ballot candidates that are running? Thank you.
Thank you, Yemi. I've spoken a lot about this. My down ballot candidates face the same challenges I face. They deal with an electorate who care mostly about money. When they go out there every day, people just want money from them, money. And I say to them all the time, I say, listen, maintain your focus. Your campaign should be about the issues. Once people know this is your stand, that you are out here as a Nigerian like themselves, offering to serve, and that all you have to offer is your service, but I don't have any money to give, and that you want to distinguish yourself based on the issues, okay, that they should continue to do that. As their presidential candidate, I am reaching out. In the last week or so, I've been reaching out to some of them individually, trying to support them as best as I can, giving them finances and what have you. But the mistake I see in most of them is that they believe more in the finances than in selling themselves to the electorate. They believe more in practicing the old style of politics, which is that we must buy this, we must do these souvenirs, we must do this, we must do that. And if you cannot compete on the basis of money with these older parties who are people who are in office, who have resources that you don't have, how much will I give to you that you're able to compete? So you must distinguish yourself based on the issues. And like I said, where the Nigerian youths are concerned, we know what the major issues are because the economy is biting and a lot of them are looking at their pockets right now and looking at how to survive. And we keep on saying to them, you survived 8 years of Buhari. How many more months to go? Why take money to sell your votes? You've withstood the pressures this long. Just a few more months. Vote in the right direction. I say this to them all the time, vote in the right direction. But the truth is that when I went to Ekiti during the Aguba elections, I saw people come out, troop out, and they seemed like they were going to support the ADC candidate, a doctor based in Australia. On the day of elections, right, they saw 10,000 naira, 7,000 naira. Someone was not eating in 3 days, 2 days. He saw the money of the food for the next 2 days and an El Dorado of tomorrow. He chose to go for food today. Vote buying is a major problem in the coming elections. Is a major problem because Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are hungry, and we must be honest about this. We must be honest about this. No matter what we choose to say to these people, they are seeing physical cash. The police, they are seeing cash also. INEC officials, they are seeing cash also. And these people, like you're telling them they should not take money that they are seeing, that you're going to make promises to them, like any politician has made promises of a better tomorrow. No, they still don't take this cash today. It's difficult, but we must not be deterred. We must continue on message and telling them to do what's right.
All right, thank you so much. Okija, you're next.
Okay, Mr. Dumebi, thank you for being here. And I'm sorry that you have COVID. I hope you get well soon. John Abba, before he left, he was saying something about the youth corruption and the old people's corruption. I listened to you, and you have, I would say you have good policy. One thing, in every advanced country, there are policy generators, and there are people that provide leadership. Just like, look at Obama or even Trump, Clinton, or the second Bush, or Biden. They don't, those policies they implement. They don't generate those policies. People generate those policies, and then they provide leadership, to get those policies, done. You're a good policy generator, but I don't know if you're a good, you provide a good leadership. Why I'm saying this, is that, what we know about you, when you came to limelight, and the business you have is based on nepotism, because your mother-in-law, Chikwe, was aviation minister, and through that, you made a lot of you made a lot of money. And when people talk about Atiku corruption with William Jefferson, they don't know the details behind. You were involved in that corruption, William Jefferson. There's a court record, U.S. court record there. You were mentioned. You were so excited about the fact that he could have a U.S. congressman in his pocket. That's said about you. Okay. You guys, Tumba Fashion Way, I think Venda Bush, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce his name. You guys were involved in that corruption. You led, Jefferson to Abacha. To Atiku. So when you guys, you come and talk at the, disparage other people, like Peter Obi, that we don't have any corruption tied to him. Tell me, what kind of leadership will you provide that is different from Atiku? That before to Tinubu, people who have been, involved in extending nepotism to their children, who have to, thrive in corruption. Tell me what you would do for someone who made his money because his mother-in-law was the aviation minister.
All right, thank
you. Leadership you will provide.
Thank you, Okija.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Okija, for your question. And please listen to my answer. You stated your question like they were facts, but let me educate you. First and foremost, Kema Chikwe, we referred to, is my former mother-in-law. She happened to be the Minister of Aviation and Transportation for 4 years for passengers government. I never saw what an LPO looked like from Kema Chikwe, and if you said that about Kema Chikwe, it means you might not know who Kema Chikwe is. I never saw one government LPO. I never benefited from any contracts from Kema Chikwe. So let me put that out very clearly. You also very just, I will say even your statement was careless when you said about corruption with Atiku, Congressman William Jefferson, and all that stuff. I believe that when people who are educated, when they read things, they should have a thorough understanding before they speak, especially in the public domain. If you have an understanding of that issue, you understand that I, Dumebi Kachikwu, made a petition about a case of corruption involving Congressman William Jefferson, involving Atiku and the other people you mentioned. And as a result, Vernon Jackson, William Jefferson went to jail because of my petition that I made. So don't accuse me of corruption. That is really, really wrong and insulting. You don't have the facts of that case. Okay?
I'm going to provide the link to people to read.
But as an educated person, you cannot just base what you said on a link. A link is what it is. It might be another uninformed source, just like you are.
No, this is from Justice Department, from U.S. Justice Department.
And if you look at that, you will see that I was a prosecution witness. I was a victim. It's stated there very clearly.
No, because they provided you with amnesty. That was why you
they didn't provide me with any. Absolutely not. Amnesty for what?
You were involved in conspiracy.
Okija, I'm saying to you, I'm trying to educate you. Don't say what you don't know.
No, you can't educate me.
Okija, do you want enlightenment, or do you want to push a notion of what is ignorant?
Okay, I'm trying to educate so that other people will read it.
And I'm telling you that anyone can go to the leak, and I'm telling you, giving you the facts now.
U.S. Justice Department.
And read the facts of the matter. They clearly said my company, NDTV, I was the managing director. My company was duped of $5.7 million by a U.S. congressman. I picked up the phone, I called the FBI. Be educated and speak on what you know, and don't speak to me about a link, especially when I'm trying to educate you. Thank you very much. The next question.
All right. So Henry, for the last one, we have 2 more minutes. So go straight to your question.
Good evening, Mr. Dumebi. I'm from Germany. What I wanted to ask you, I guess you see the movement about Peter Obi in Nigeria, the way people. I mean, Peter Obi, nobody care about. People said Peter Obi is just 4 people staying in a room with computer. But yet, look at the revolution that's going on. That Shore was waiting for long. We supported Shore before during the last presidential election, but it didn't win. This time, Nigeria is getting worse more than before. We are not looking for experiment this time. It's not time for you, Shore and others, to join hand to Peter Obi, because Peter Obi have the people on ground. I know pride, greed, and I know better, and tribalism will not let people come together. I know this, but Nigeria now is on fire. It's not time to forget about this pride. Obi is not Obi have more what I would say more. Obi have done more to rule a state for 8 years than you do. So why not come? You know you're not going to win, that's for sure. In those states, you don't have one vote. You're not going to have one vote. But why you don't forget about this, your greed and pride, and John Peter Obi? I mean, pure Bini, blonde blood. We have Bended State before, but they changed. They want to have Delta State. The Delta State now, they doesn't love themselves there. So what are we talking about? we should forget about this tribe issue. Obi is not a tribe president. I will know that. Obi said we should when he come in as a president, we should not go away. We should have to work with him. If you don't do something right, we should come out to tell him what he don't do right. So why not forget about this greed? Like Showore's greed too, and pride. These are corrupt. They're not okay. Why not come together and make this better if you love this country so dear? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. I think it's very wrong for you to speak of Showore and say his greed and pride. Showore, this is the second time he's running for the highest office in the land. It's not easy to put yourself out there. I don't know if you've ever run for office, any office whatsoever. It takes a lot to do that. For you to say it's about greed and pride, I think is very, very wrong. You supported him before. Let me tell you something. You know, if you understand what democracy is about, you support your candidate till the person gets there. The reason you supported him, or the reasons why I supported him, are you saying those reasons no longer exist? Are you saying he's now a different person? Are you saying that he was not greedy then, or that now he's greedy now? No,
Nigeria
it's wrong.
is bleeding. That's what I mean. Nigeria is bleeding.
No, but you said that he's greedy, you know, and so please,
Yeah.
I'm speaking, please.
Yeah, I
I'm
know
speaking.
you're speaking, but you're talking about me say greed. Nigeria is
No.
bleeding now. It's not Nigeria.
No,
It's not
yes,
like America or
and you said
Germany.
we should. You use the word that we forget greed and all those things, and so let me say this to you.
In your church mind, you know it. You know it. In your church mind.
You asked me a question, right, Henry? Do you want me to answer your question, or you want me to?
No, you don't need to.
All right, I muted Henry. I muted Henry. Henry,
okay.
Let him answer the question. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was saying, so it's very wrong of him to say that Showore is greedy because he's contesting for office. Something he will never do. We need to encourage people to come out and run for office and get away from this old order that we believe in. Okay, so when people come out, encourage them, support them, respect them. Don't come out and just say someone is greedy because the person is running for office. Support the person till the very end. If you speak, you cannot force people to go into an alignment they don't believe in. If they have nothing in common, Showore has nothing in common with Obi, why do you say you should go with Obi? I keep on saying this same idea that they have right now when they keep on pushing this is what they pushed everyone with Buhari 8 years ago. And what happened? The same body said, hold me responsible. Did you hold him responsible 4 years after? They still brought him back. And look at where we are today. So people have the right, the choice to dissent, to say, I don't want to go in this direction. There's nothing absolutely wrong with that. Nigeria is bleeding. Yes, Nigeria is bleeding, but Nigeria is bleeding because people continue to make the same mistakes. That's why Nigeria is bleeding. Because we used to focus on non-issues. If you were to drill down on the issues and ask yourself the questions, look at our infrastructural deficit in the year 2023. You don't have power in most parts of Nigeria. You don't have road leading to your communities. You have your youth unemployed. You have people dying in death traps that you call hospitals. You have your schools that don't have any real plan, no educators, nothing. And your children come out as half-baked illiterates. Nigeria is failing and floundering because we don't question our leaders. We say they have failed, let them continue failing because they are better, they have the experience of failure. That's what's killing Nigeria. And we're all suffering. You want to pull me down into this dungeon, into this hellhole with you because you believe in something you don't want to question. I choose to question. I'm sorry, no apologies. We choose to question all these things because we believe that Nigeria can be a better place if we ask questions, if we disagree on the issues. Let's provide substance, let's provide context to all these issues. I grew up in Benin City. Look at Edo State. At the time, almost all their indigenes left overseas. Come back to Edo State, how many decades later? What's going on in Edo State there today? Any difference? No real difference. They come back and they're able to buy properties. And then what happened to the industries there? What happened to the people there? Look across Nigeria. Everywhere is failing. And it's failing, and instead of people to look at fresh ideas, fresh people, you choose to disparage them and say, oh, you know what, we should go with the old order. Let me tell you something. Understand this very clearly. You said something that in Edo State I don't have structure and I won't even get one vote. So be it, but tell you what. It's registered that I put forth the ideas I put forth today. I have proffered the solution that I believe will make Nigeria a better place. I have enriched the discussion in this political dispensation. Nigeria is better off for the inputs that I have made. If that's all I have done, Henry is better than sitting in the confines of my home and disparaging other people who are making an effort to try and proffer a solution to the problems we have in Nigeria. Finally, guys, let me say this. We have these major problems. Yes, we do. I have seen other nations who have had problems like this. They were able to solve their problems because people came together and said, never again. We must come together and rescue our nation. We must not let this continue to be our story. We must not let this decline be who we are. We must not be defined by our past. We must chart a new course, a course of hope, of a better place for our children, for our families. They were able to do that because they agreed on the direction. They agreed on what was doable, what was right for the collective, for their people, and not for individuals. That is the hope I speak of for the Nigeria of today, where we need to go to. A country that works for everyone, that protects the weak amongst us, the elderly, the women, the youths, that protects the girl child and says that she's equal to our male child, that protects our borders, that ensures that you will no longer be killed in your farmlands, that your property is secure, that you have a president who loves you, like he loves his children, that you have prosperity ensured, because we believe that anyone who is willing to put in the time, the effort, should get the dividends of his effort. A nation that promotes meritocracy, and not a nation who continue to speak about tribe, tongue, and religion, about who you know, who I know, my brother, my sister. A nation that takes advantage of her singular greatest asset, the Nigerian people, who have continued to fail. The Nigerian people are the greatest assets of Nigeria, and they are the same people who are the greatest liability of Nigerians. My job as your president is convert a liability to an asset to build a better country, a country that works for every single Nigerian, irrespective of tongue, tribe, or religion. That Nigeria is possible, but it's a Nigeria that can only work if we all join a rescue mission that says that we all have a role to play in this. You can do something about the coming elections. Rather than try and disparage people running for elections, I think what we should speak about is we should hold our candidates in the elections. We should hold them accountable to the issues that plague us. That's what is important in enriching this process. We must demand for better answers, for solutions to our myriad problems. Let's not go into the election and after the election and saying, had I known. There's still time. There's still time for us to hear from these people, to ask questions. The questions you asked of me today, the allegations that you even made against me, please call these other candidates that you referred to and bring up allegations against them, but ask them more than the allegations, ask them critical questions about saving Nigeria, rescuing Nigeria from the precipice of disaster. That's what we need to do. It doesn't have to be me, but it has to be Nigeria, that Nigeria has to be survived and be a better place for every one of us. Rudolph, I thank you so much for hosting me today. I look forward to joining you again before the elections. Everyone who's tuned in, all those who have asked me questions, I thank you for all your questions. Your questions have enriched me. Better for your questions. For those people who had a negative perception or who had stuff with perception internet, I hope I've enlightened you. But please dig deeper. Let's save our country. Thank you all, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And for our audience, we will take a little break and we'll come back and do a quick recap. Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
All right. So, for those, welcome everybody. I know a lot of people wanted to join and with a questioning, but unfortunately, he couldn't stay. The initial plan was that we'll do 5 hours. So let's do recap.
I just have a comment, then I will leave. I just want to say, man, I mean, watching my brother from Edo ask a question, I felt ashamed for that kind of question that is asking somebody who has put himself forward to original. So those kind of questions are undermining and very disrespectful. For that reason, I'm pretty much today, I'm ashamed to be from Edo State, together with my brother.
Shame of what? Shame of what?
Yeah, can I make a comment, please?
That guy is just empty vessels. Sorry to
can I add something and go and leave, please? I've been pleading with Dr. Dumebi that I wanted to ask just a question.
First. I'll come to you next. Yemi.
Okay.
Wow, Rudolph, well done. Thank you for hosting my presidential candidate. But one thing I need us to, all of us, and the point he made was we all have a role to play. Nigerians we are always looking for an hero. One guy could solve everything. Now we. Now all of us did the same boat. Sorry for switching to broken. Now we go solve our problem. Nobody go solve them for us.
Mr. Yemi, what if we make Dumebi the hero? Will you be angry?
No. Look, I am very close to him. The first time I met him, the first question I asked him was, "Hey, this Your Excellency, where did they call each other for Nigeria? What do you want? What do you want to be called? Do you prefer Excellency or what?" He said, "You know what? Call me my name. I don't care about what's excellent about the country."
But you just called it. But you called him Excellency just now.
Who is speaking?
I choose to. It's my prerogative. You can't question me for calling me Excellency. I choose to. But the point I'm trying to make is this mindset. We there abroad, you go, they ask person where they run for highest office. You they ask and say, why you they run? Why you not go join someone else? It's very condescending.
You said we
should even thank them for stepping up and trying to be an alternative. Under this guy, if you know what I have done as projects under this guy, that we're trying to do things differently, that is not even in the public media. Because we don't have that financial capacity to be on channels, to be on the DSTV or whatever. These are guys, young guys. The average age of an ADC candidate is 35. I have a young lady in Kaduna, they are threatening her life because she's contesting under ADC. The other opposition parties, they are trying to lure them, leave ADC, come and join us. And they are striving. Look, I have names, I deal with them on a daily basis. Right? So we need to respect them. And I respect all of them that are running. They might not win. Guess what? They might not win. But one thing I guarantee, one person will win under ADC. And it's not about winning. And that's the problem. It's not about winning. It's about a process. There is a process. At least he didn't win last one. He came out again. It's a process. We have to respect them.
Yemi, tell us how he made his money.
Okay, hold on. Okija, hold on.
Am I Dumebi Kachikwu?
Okay, Yemi, thank you. Can I next?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, actually. Mr. Yemi, there's no need fighting, right? Dumebi was here, and Okija asked him a very important question, and he flared up. Whether you like it or not, he wasn't comfortable with the question. But this is it. We are trying to fight off these old corrupt leaders. And most of us, or some of us, are clamoring for younger generations to take over, the younger ones to take over. But here you have the younger ones that are even more corrupt than the older politicians. And here we are, beating drums for them to go in and continue with the corruption. And what you are going to have at the end of the day is a modernized way of corruption. This is the same person that during its primary election, the ADC's primary election, he bought votes. He paid all the what they call it, those are illiterate that vote for their primary. I don't know what they call it. Delegate, right? Yes. So he paid them with dollars for him to have emerged as the winner. He won against Moyal. P2B has repeatedly stated that if you find him wanting of any corruption, please, that day he will stop campaigning. We want Dumebi to say the same thing. Because here we have a case number 821 CV 01546 GJH from the District of Maryland, United States, where this guy is labeled as a serial tax invader by the IRS, Internal Revenue Services, from the federal IRS. As I'm telling you, as I'm discussing with you, as I'm trying to expose this now, his asset in United States has been confiscated in 2021. As of March 2022, the accrual interest and the statutory additions to this tax that he's owing the federal IRS is to the tune of over $2.1 million. His own wife approved of the seizure of his assets. His assets have been so some people are, from the comment section, somebody called him a hustler. I don't want to disagree with that person. You are here condemning other candidates, calling them all manner of unprintable names, but your own case is in the open. Okija asked me a question about his involvement with bribery of about $1,000. This guy entered a plea bargain. We all know we live in the United States. We know what plea bargain is. Okay, I'm guilty of the offense, but I don't want to move further with the case. Have mercy on me. That is what plea bargain is. He entered a plea bargain, and they now use him against a congressman, and that congressman was jailed. This is someone without character. We're talking about character and competency here. This guy has no character, so that one by the side. Competency, where is his own antecedent? What are we going to look back and say, okay, this guy is qualified to be a president? Nothing.
All right. Can I thank you? Eddie?
Yeah, hello, doctor. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, basically, the guy, I know he's not going to win. I'm really surprised that a lot of revelations coming out. But I think when the problem I get is when people try to, how will I say, they make statements. You weren't there when all these things happen. You might have read it. You're making a statement that is a fact. If it's a fact, this guy would have been in jail. If it's been proven, he would have been in jail. Tinubu that on record somewhere, because I've not even bothered to go to look. They said he's a drug baron or what, but he's still contesting. Who's supposed to carry out these background checks or if he's to disqualify him? It's meant for INEC. If INEC should scrutinize this candidate and see that they're eligible, they're in the race. So it doesn't matter if you say to him, you done this, you done that, he's still in the race. So I think you should spend when candidates come, spend time, ask them things that even though they're not going to win, ask them things, get things out of your mind, not to throw. You're not a barrister, or you're not prosecuting him. So for me, I think let's stop chasing, trying to spoil the character of the person. If he's a criminal, he will be jailed. If it has been proven, he will be jailed. He won't even be on the list of presidential nominees. Today, today he might be in ADC. Tomorrow he might be in Labour Party. Are you going to? His sins might be forgiven. Say if Obi wins. So Nigerian politics is really funny. So yeah, it's a funny one. I'm learning. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Eddie. To be honest. And Ndubisi, I can't hear you. Are you there?
Sorry, let me.
Okay, yeah. Unmute yourself. We can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying that I didn't join on time. So I joined about 10 to 15 minutes before he answered his last question. So I only had the question from Boniface Okija and Mr. Henry. Personally, I would love to ask him what he would do about insecurity and about restlessness in the land, particularly among the youths. And then this problem of people not getting their voters card and the INEC officials being accused of discrimination in distribution of voters card or so. So that is what I'm asking. I don't know anything about this. I don't know much about him. I just heard his name and I've not really gone to do any research about him because I feel it's one of those. Not that I don't feel he might get some vote, but I feel that probably he will not go too far this time around. Probably if he continues to be in the mix, because in the past, what some of them do when the election comes, they come out to contest as candidates. After election, you won't hear much about them. They go back to their normal life and all that. They won't be active in society, trying to galvanize the people and all that. So we should take note of that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ebi, let me go back to people that got a chance to question him. So what is your take?
Oh, okay. I thought you said we should be patient for those who haven't.
No, I've already covered them.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I think it's an intelligent man. Like I would say, most typical Nigerian human being. That contraction consists of very intelligent individuals. So it's nothing new, really. I am a very intelligent. Rudolph is, Okija, Eddie, everybody. So we are not in want of intelligent people who can speak well, who can, theoretically put things down, who can hustle. So he's an embodiment of a typical agile, intelligent Nigerian youth. I see that he was born in the 70s. So he's one of the good human beings from Nigeria, typically, see my hands. But I think he comes with a lot of mixed bag. And I had those things listed, but I'm always conscious when I come on Dr. Damages. I feel for him when he has to struggle to make people to stop. I don't want to fall in that. And that's why I was very happy when Okija came and just, I almost go upstairs to get my Hennessy and send it to Okija for delving into what I couldn't delve into. Straight shot, shoot, direct. And we could see the body language that, it was not a convenient one. You cannot discount what you read on the website of Ministry of Justice in the USA or even in Canada here. It's not, those things written there are not just People's Gazette or all this, or even RootsTV, who will things that are coming from some kind of influence of bias. No, they just put it there legally. What is there? And Eddie, the fact say the person thief, they no catch him. Especially if you thief for America, they no catch you or you do wuru. Nigerian law, American law, they did different. And the fact say them America self and other country where these people where they say allegedly say they thief or they carry banner, say INEC still approve them, no me say they not do am. Just note that. You know me say they not do am. And there is legal perspective to things and moral perspective to things. Donald Trump, they been the corner and say Russia, this. Because of that, it cost him. Plus other allegations that were not really legal, but perceptions and moral of the people also is very important. So it's very important that we get people into office that are not seen to be overly have had their hand in dirty deals. I rest my case for now.
All right, thank you. Igbo Basics, let me come to you. What is take?
Yeah, you caught me unawares. I didn't know I was going to be the first questioner.
Oh, okay. All right, I can skip you.
No, I was talking about initially, because I was the first to take a go at it.
Oh, you were the first person to come in, so okay. I mean, I was following that.
Okay, no problem. Here is what it is. I live in the United States. When any candidate, it doesn't matter which one, comes out to play, they all seem to point to the United States as an example of democracy, as where things work. I practically worked for a whole day in the last election here in the US, in Union County. And I saw all things pertaining to voting machines and how elections should be conducted. I hope and pray that eventually we'll get there in Nigeria. Talking about Dumebi, he's a brilliant mind, no doubt. Equating him with Kingsley Moralo, whom I personally know, that's a different ballgame altogether. Like the last speaker has spoken that Nigeria is not in want of brilliant people. We have brilliant people all around. And it's only today that I learned that the gentleman at RootsTV, hopefully someday Rudolph Okonkwo would go to serve in Nigeria, because when you have the media, it goes back to your character. There is an underlying character in you. Everyone has a record, particularly in a place like the United States. Somebody once advised me to just answer anything. I said, no, I cannot answer anything. I am who I am. Why? Because I went to school at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. I was vice president of Student Government Association there. The record is there. If I go to be who I'm not, eventually it will all come back to bite you. So what am I saying is that I applaud the young man, Dumebi, for going out there and slaughtering it out. If everything is to be taken on first value, they say every lizard has its stomach to the ground. No one knows the one way to get stomach ache. If you search in every human being, most every human being, you will find shit in their ass. That's a given. But for the people who are sacrificing on the ground, making an attempt to weed out the old soldiers, we should applaud them. We should bring out the goodness of their character and work with that. I'll give you an example of a lady on ground now who is making a very big difference, and that is Dr. Stella Ford. She lives in Virginia. She went to Nigeria, got her PVC several months ago, saw the difficulty of what people were going through, and she became a galvanizing force on which people were now following her to go ahead in the direction of getting PVC. This effort of go to the INEC offices and shout out, it was led by this same young lady, Dr. Ford. And that was one of the things that also the last few days, running down to INEC offices, making a difference. And eventually we had an INEC has postponed or had extended until the 5th of February for collection of PVC. What am I? If we have anybody come, hold on. If we have anybody come on board here, please, whatever we find in papers, online, or whatever, let's be respectful of the character of the person. Even if you are going to expose whatever you have found, let's do it in a way that in the end, we all will be better off. Nigeria will be better off if we all play our role.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Uzo, welcome to the show. Are you taking Akamu or lactogen? Which one are you taking?
Dr.
Uzo. See how he pretended as if he didn't hear what I said.
Lactogen. He's drinking a vaccine.
Are you drinking Akamu or lactogen?
I'm not saying that's only cheap. One girl down. My audience, they always stay with me. Yeah, now I come again. Now with Electoral and all they take now in the morning. Good old day.
All right. Did you watch the interview?
Snap. Aromatic snap.
I think you are delayed.
So, Dr. Magis, well done. Good afternoon, everybody, and good morning. On my own cause, I wanted to join in during Dumebi speaking, something done in, but I couldn't. I do, yeah, from beginning. I did from beginning. I did from beginning.
There's a delay where Uzo is, so when we speak,
can I continue?
You will hear us tomorrow.
Doctor.
Okay, Uzo, you have to. I guess you have to come back. Join us again, and of course, Igbo Basics. Your line is giving us echo. Let's go to. I want to hear from people who were able to talk to Dumebi. Jonaba, you're next.
Before me.
Oh, okay. I'll come to you, Lex.
No, give Lexus. I know where we come from. We respect elders.
Okay, let's see. Jonaba is respecting elder today.
Okay. No offense. It's quite interesting what we have experienced today. I give kudos to Okija, and even James. James had a very logical presentation about his experience of the old politicians and then compare them to the new. When I made my own contribution and put across questions, our guest he discredited what my mindset and the things that I brought to him as questions. What I want to say about his answer, which borders on what I wanted him to tell us. You see, Europe was once in a worse situation than we are, possibly. That's why we have Denmark, we have all these countries. You have few people compared to us today, but they exist as countries. Germany is for Germans. France is for French people. Britain is for British people. And all those land masses and groups of people stood on their own and began to exert their own efforts in life. Then they came to Africa and did what? Without respecting what they had fought to gain in their own part of the world, they put every head together just for their own selfish gains. And Nigeria happens to be one of those. And today, it has never worked. You must know this. Before, it was even better, but Nigeria has never worked. There has always been spilling of blood in order to keep Nigeria going. And some people have suffered it more than the others. And we are saying, let us solve this problem once and for all. We are still saying, no, we will do this, we will do that. All these recommendations, if you listen to all the people who are contending to become presidents, you will see that they are only making suggestions that they are not even sure will work, because you hear one contradict the other. And look at how this Dumebi of a guy has given us a beautiful picture of what could be, but there's no assurance that it will come to be. Lo and behold, he had package behind him that had got exposed. So everything he has said for me has come to zero to us today. Yes, that's me. I don't. You all can have some kind of sympathy and try to maybe make it look like, oh yes, we are all faulty and all that. If a man who spoke so well today had this kind of background which had been exposed, you can imagine what to expect with others who already have baggage that people know. Now, I keep saying this. It is not necessary for us to continue to prolong this very state of agony we are. Let us sit down and decide how best to go. You see, he almost proved that we cannot be sure that Obi will solve our problems. In fact, I think we all now have that inclination that Obi is good, Obi can do well, but is Obi going to solve Nigeria problem or just postpone the day of doom or when it will be solved? That's another question that each person needs to answer amongst us here. So I feel sorry for the speaker, because if I were in his shoes with that kind of background, I wouldn't come out here to talk with intelligent people. So kudos to Okija, kudos to James, and kudos to those of you who see it without sentiments. We are all this, that. No, 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 no. This is the time to solve Nigeria problem. If you don't solve it now, we will continue to rigmarole as we have been doing, and it will take us nowhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Alexis. Let me go to Okija. I'll come to you to give us more details of what you found out. Boniface.
So why are you going to escape me now? Because I give my place to my brother.
I thought you said you're not ready. You don't have anything to say yet.
Oh, so that is what you mean?
I'm ready now.
Okay, Boniface. No, hold on. Okay, Boniface. Let's go to Jonaba. All right, Jonaba.
No. Here. Let me use to Boniface. Is my
Lord.
that's okay. Because you already prepared. No. Why do you? I yield to my big brother. So why should you not come back to me? I don't understand that. But it's okay. Go back to Boniface.
Jonaba, Rudolph is just trying to get you. Don't worry. Just keep your cool. We love you.
No, I do.
Don't let them get on you.
I already take Hennessy. Even on Sunday, Pastor already take Hennessy.
Yeah. Pastor is taking Hennessy on Sunday.
I do not. Now only wine I take.
Boniface is actually in Nigeria, so you guys should respect the fact that he's burning his credits to join us. Boniface, go ahead.
All right. I think he did well. The only thing I didn't like about him, he kept saying that P2B didn't. I don't understand what he meant by P2B contributed to what is happening in Southeast today. When P2B was governor, IPOB wasn't putting stay-at-home order. P2B did a lot in Anambra State. I was actually in Anambra State when P2B was governor. At least my community has road today, because of P2B. Our school has chairs. We have computer. We have school bus. None of these were in existence when P2B was not governor. So I find it difficult to actually listen to anybody who said that P2B did not do anything. So I think he did well apart from that part. That's what I can say for now.
All right. Thank you so much. Janaba, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for always bringing people together in this, what I call Times Square. I really respect you and so many men and women that came to this platform. Your guest today is a very brilliant Nigerian, and just like any one of us can be. The only place where Nigerian cannot live to be who God created them to be is in Nigeria. But thank God for his life. Thank God for everything. Okija exposed some of those things, but once it's an allegation, things went to court or whatever it is, and it's not convicted, there is no reason to hold on to that. We all go to court in one thing or the other, but it's okay for him
Really?
to get. Is he convicted? So you cannot come here and convict somebody that is not convicted in the court because you are trying to make a case. And then is that one thing we should do politically to help whosoever we want to help is to make sure that we do not do anything that irritates the other supporter or an undecided voter to say, okay, you are pushing on this person because it's not from your place or because it's not the person you are supporting, so that we can have a better Nigeria and decide the future of our country if we're going to be together as a Nigeria. Another thing is that it's very disturbing when we can come here and tell people who they want to do, suspend your campaign, suspend close it and endorse somebody. People can make a decision for themselves. You can make a suggestion, but let us make it more intelligent so that people will not be boring with our platform, because some of us here are regular people that come to this platform, and we want to make sure that Rudolph is not just like a teacher that his reward is in heaven, so that people will be more interested in our show. So I have the other comment part of me, but I really like everybody here. My brother from Germany, Henry, I like you. I don't have a problem with you. You are from Edo State. I'm from Benue State. So I don't have a problem with you. But the only thing is that don't ask a grown-up man like me next time what I've done for Nigeria, so that we will not have this place being uninterested for people to watch. Because one thing is that when people comes together, there is a way to hear something from women to see their own view. There's other thing is very important to hear from other parts of Nigeria that are not speaking our language, so that we all can collect these ideas and make the most of it. Nobody should force anybody to close their own campaign and endorse somebody or decide for a person who they will vote for. That is not democracy. But other than that, I know the guy is a very brilliant guy. Whatever the baggage he carry, we all carry baggages. And Okija, thank you for bringing it out. I don't have a problem of putting out there. But then let us make this platform more interesting by asking and then follow the fact. Not all just, oh, it is not it's because you do not endorse who I want it to endorse. It has to be bull. Nobody needs to be bull. We are all matured people. We are all grown-up people. One love, everybody.
Thank you. Just to mention that I'm planning to get some of the presidential candidates to come for a debate on this platform. So we have 4 of them that are willing to do it. So we find a date within the next 2 weeks to get them on this debate. So anybody here who knows P2B and knows how to get him, because people think that we don't want him to come here. We want him to come here. There's an open invitation, so we can get him. But we are trying
to. It's afraid of me. It's afraid of me, but he will come.
We're trying to get. I know, Uzo. I know. I can see you. I'm the one that let you in. Okay, Henry. Henry, I had to put you in purgatory, for a little while today because.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's okay. I know you understand, but the interruption. Let's just reduce it so that this won't be like a mad place. So Uzo, okay, go ahead. Uzo, what were you saying before?
Okay, Mr. Damages, thank you. I'm back with my aromatic snap. I don't sip some. Not Hennessy, aromatic seaman, aromatic snap. I got that one here. I listened to the guy from beginning to the end. I love such intelligent guys. But my problem I have is that, as Premiership said, January transfer open. Nigeria politics is February transfer open. The highest bidder now will get the best player on the field. We have not seen anything yet. February transfer from now to 25th of election is going to be open. Some of these guys going to who get the best Ghana must go with the camp, and we all know that. Transfer is open in Nigeria. We have not seen the rally where people are the camping from PDP to APC, APC to PDP. But then the camp, like 1,000, we see them marching with APC, the campaign. It's money. If that have not started yet, that's the transfer, one transfer in Nigeria politics. It has not opened yet. On the Dumebi, I'm following him, but I don't know him as a good presidential candidate. I do ask the one thing. All of them will come out and tell you Bola Tinubu old, bad. Atiku old, bad. P2B is in the same group of old, medium, corrupt politicians, bad. Bakwazo, bad. Then for the rest of them, why can't they come together as they are good to bring out one person and fight and put their egg in one basket and fight these 4 bad people? Instead of them like will be defending Showore. Showore is defending every one of them, and they cannot come together. At least if they come together, they will make way. If they don't win, they'll try again. If you look 2019, one of the guys that even contested for election 2019, none of them is on the race. Except Showore that's on the race. So how are you going to make him part that you just go for after 4 years he collect $1? According to the guy, he said he's going at the last the front runner at the end of the lap. He have put his name on the table. He just want to be okay. I contested in history. Well, those that contested in Nigerian election, his name will be there. That's what he's trying to do, and he said it. He wants to make it that his name was here. He contested. No, he's not going to win. Everyone knows that. We even know they're going to win. Nobody's talking about him. He's not a fool. Like he only talk people. You can't be talking about Messi. You come to Nigeria and talking about Chebuz Okonkwo that play for Iran National. You can't talk, nobody will mark him. They only mark Messi on the game. So nobody know him being a good player on the system. So you need to step up. They need to all come together. I'm like Showore, him, some one of the young guys, beautiful guys, handsome guys. They need to come together and bring one person out. Their own individuals. They want everyone to be good. They're all good. They're going nowhere. Next 2080, we can't they're not going to get anywhere if they continue this way. They should come together, they have already been themselves, they should come together. And for me, this is according to the damages, this say have your say. Everybody say entitled to whatever you want to say. Or without challenging. If you are here as a presidential candidate, your book will be open. The same when breeze blow, breeze blow shall go open. If you are here, I contest for my president, I have the right to open your history. The way they are born, because he call for it. So I don't see any like somebody saying that he was indicted here or his name is in the book of we know how IRS operates here. If your name is there, guy, it's not a fake. Your name is there. It has something have to do with it. They say in every rumor there must be a truthful out of it. So, but it should not be offense that they measure his name. You don't want your name to be measured. Then stay in your house, in your kitchen, and eat your mother's food. That's right. Now. My own advice to them: they should front one candidate. All right, all of them should come together and agree. And so we supported you 2019. P2B have this famous time. So what they have in 2019, they couldn't make it. But he didn't continue. He went and started doing revelation now. What's the matter? If the election, it's not to continue. He will have to go and do like revelation now. And that got into trouble. That makes a way to lose most of his fans. As he continue on the line of being a president, he can change things. He could be more better than after he lost. He didn't need someone who he want to start a revelation now. People were like, okay, because he lost the election, that's why you are doing this. So for that, you offended so many people. So for me, they should, if he failed, some of them put their name in the book of I contested. Like some of the people I play ball with here, some of them are just invited in Super Ego, just invitation, didn't qualify, but they will tell you, I am old Super Ego player. I say, what is their name? They will call one name. I didn't even hear the bits. Once they were invited to come for training, they become an old Super Ego player. So that is the same thing because he contested. He wanted to be. I was a president candidate so time. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for to win and anything. So my own point is that they should, if they need a serious to change Nigeria, they should come together as one and change Nigeria and fight the old people.
All right.
That's my own. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Uzo. Yeah. Who has this?
Yeah, you're coming back to me, Dr. Rudolph.
No. I'm not coming to you.
No, because I wanted to address the last issues that John Abba.
No, not anytime
Well,
soon.
I'll leave you. I'll come back later.
Uzo, no. Okay, Uzo, you can go. Okay. Henry, I'm coming to you.
Okija has not spoken.
No, I am reserving it for the end, Okija, before we change the topic. You are the final person. Henry, before Henry, let me just say that when I book somebody on this show, I tell them, everybody, that I have very smart people who come after me and that they will talk to them, they will make comments that I will say. This is what I said, really. I said I will tell them to ask one question, only just one question, and that they will make a speech. When I can, I will stop them. But nothing is out of range. So the same thing with me. I always tell them, if you don't want to be asked any question, don't come. So I think people are prepared they should be prepared and to answer any question. I don't have any problem with anybody raising any issue with the guest. All I ask everybody at any point is, talk to people in a respectable way. That's it. There's nothing you can raise. There's no question you can raise. But again, for Henry, Henry, please. I know that you're excited and you are very, very, animated about things, but let someone finish speaking, and then if you have question or comment, you can raise that, but not to interrupt, especially the guest. Even for the people here, I think everybody we all deserve that respect. Okay, Henry, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, it's okay. So what I'm trying to say, because I used to go to Nigeria every year or twice a year. I go to Nigeria, right? I see the way things are not working. So we have this opportunity that Abiola didn't have this support from Peter Obi. What we have now. So I saw the way we say we love this country so much. We see somebody, okay, we don't want the APC that is killing us. We don't want the PDP that is corrupt. No, we have somebody that the third force that is there, that now is the first force, that is Peter Obi. People come out and say, I want to be president, You want to be changed, you want to change things. Why? I ask a simple question, why they cannot come together to become a force, to change these things, these goals they're looking for. Like I remember in Germany, we did election last council election. We have CDU and CSU. We said we're going to vote them out. We vote them out. We put on SPD. SPD is now the one ruling now. Now, Nigeria is not like other Western countries right now, the European countries. Nigeria is just it's not functioning at all. It's not working. When people come to show or come to online or come to here to say they want to do this, they are the best candidate or this and that, but the percentage of winning as a president is 0.1%. So what are we going to do? Just waste people's time on you, and you cannot change anything. Okay, I remember during the last presidential election, we supported Showore with everything, but unfortunately could not win. Christy Magalu, they could not come together as one. They were young people too, vibrant people. Most of them, they are no more in this election. We are there. They come in, I want to be president. They could not go further. They forget about Nigeria.
Hold on. Henry, let me read this for you, because this is a common question. You're not the only one who is interested in this, but it's something to bear in mind. In the last election, 2019, Buhari got 55.60% of the votes. Atiku with P2B got 41.22%. Okay. The next person got 0.4%. So the next 1, 2, 3, if you take the votes that the rest of the parties got together and give them to Atiku will not move 1 million votes up. You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's going to be different in this election.
No, it's going to be different.
The difference in this one may be the three. Now you have three candidates.
Yeah.
Three parties. Okay. So for the rest, okay, I think unless something else changes in the next 2 weeks, I don't think that the rest of the parties, if you put their votes together and give it to any of these top three parties, that is going to change the outcome. So I don't know why everybody is fascinated about these people stopping their campaign to join another campaign. Remember, there are many things about campaigns. It's not just about preparing you for next time. It's also about ideas. If someone stops a campaign, someone like Moralo, I feel bad that he's not there because he has some ideas that would have been in the system, would have been part of the conversation today, but we don't have it because it's not part of it. So if you are going to stop someone like Shore because you want him to join somebody else, whatever idea he has, like the Igbo thing that he wants to make sure everybody can smoke Igbo, it won't be in the system, in the conversation that we are having today. So there is something that I think people should think about whenever they want to push that someone should close their campaign and join other campaigns, because I don't know, unless you have any fact to show us that it's going to change something. I think we need to hear their viewpoint, and that may be more important to the nation than them packing up. And also remember, this is another thing that is very difficult, which we don't consider, especially people who think only the presidential level. These people have candidates behind them who are running for Senate, for House of Rep, for the governor of a state. When you tell their main person to pack up, if he packs up, what happens to these people who are counting on them being out there talking about their party? How would they win their governorship election? You have to think about that. It's not easy as we make it look like. This party, when you're a party man, you think beyond just election, beyond the presidency. You have to think about all the people down the ballot. So that's something that I don't think people factor in when they push in this direction.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Everybody, most of these candidates, they have good idea, fine. But what about if they don't win? The idea is just wasted then. This is what I'm trying to say. Why not come together as a force, bring your idea, let be there, then they can debate on this idea they have to move this country forward. It's very simple. We should look at it that way. Okay, if they have an idea, they have a good idea, fine. But what about you cannot move further with this idea? Then what we're going to say now, like Kizzy Magalu, you have a good idea, then, but at the end, what is it? Nothing. We didn't hear from him no more. So
how will you hold on. How will you hear from him when he's not leading a political party?
That's what I'm saying. But it could support a political party that he believes he have his own idea, like what is the same idea he has.
But if he supports any party, his idea, you won't hear it unless the candidate of that party will embrace it. But it's not likely. So that will be the end. So what I'm saying is, apart from the primaries, people are saying, there's a difference between the primaries and the presidential election. So it's something to think about. I'm not saying that is you have to think about, especially I've heard from them in other interviews where they worry about the people behind them. And remember, some of them are supporting those people running, and they are counting on those people, to abandon them and now say, I'm folding up because I want to support another political party. What would they do? All right. Let's hear from.
Then is going to come back and PDP going to come back. I wish everybody good luck.
Yeah, that's the best.
Sir,
okay,
because you say Okija will round up this session, just one more point. It might be irrelevant, but it's just one other contradiction. If you permit me, in 30 seconds, I do it.
Go ahead.
He talked about, obviously he's a proponent of one Nigeria. I'm a proponent of one Nigeria, but for me, it's not cast in stone. So I still, as they push this election, which could be something that I don't throw any option away. At the same time, I still support Oduduwa, Biafra, anything that will bring joy to Nigeria. One thing that I don't support is not doing anything. Now, I see Dumebi as someone who, quote unquote, pro-Nigerian. And we know that most of pro-Nigerians are people who, enjoy the current status with all the deficiencies and the problem that is imbibed in it. You can easily become a billionaire. It's just that me and John Abba, for example, we are not bold enough. We ran away. If we stay there and we sabi play the game, you can easily become a billionaire in Nigeria. Opportunities everywhere, which you cannot get in the Western world because of the straight walking system that have been put in place that make everybody go through a certain route, and you can easily be audited. There's audit trails everywhere for you to go right. Now, one thing that I saw that Dumebi was doing constantly is he was going in circles saying that, blaming, first of all, the colonial masters who forcefully contract us together, and at the same time eliminating God from the blame of not forming it, but also thanking him for putting us together and putting all the blames on we that were not born when Nigeria was formed. So that's just one a circle of contradiction that he keep going around, which I wonder why. Thank you.
Ebby, what do you expect a politician running to be president of the country to say? Do you expect a politician running to be president of the country to say that this is not this country, God didn't make it, we don't have to be this way, we can change it? I mean, it's not possible.
I know.
That you sign up, bro. When you sign for presidency, you better do that.
Yes.
For those who are making comments about marijuana, I'm not endorsing this mode of people. I'm just saying this social. I mean, he has other ideas, but this is the most popular one that people are talking about. So, all right,
Dr. Damages.
So, Nick,
if you let me for a second.
Yeah, just a second. Just a
yes.
second. We have to go to something.
I was saying that thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to be here. First, I need to reframe my questions in a different way. When I started addressing my brother, John Abba, when I started my question, I talked about Nigerian Olympics 1996, where we captured the gold. Nigeria, when we put forth our best first 11, Nigeria wins. So what I'm advocating, Moralo, Samuel Rabunwa, I'm just naming a few of the persons here. Sowore, and the last speaker who just came here, Kachikwu. What I'm saying is that all those brains in Nigeria, the younger ones, especially below 70, the younger ones, if they can form a force like Professor Patutoni, he ran before. When the force came at him, he stepped aside for Peter Obi. And I hope that we will be able to convince Peter Obi to show up in this panel and we'll be better prepared. So what I'm advocating is not for anybody to drop their campaign. After all, Dumebi mentioned it that some of them were in Niger State negotiating for who are they going to support. What I'm advocating is for the younger generation, for heaven's sake, when they all claim to love Nigeria, can they please communicate among themselves? They know the truth. Don't just come out and present all these brilliant ideas so that we can also count you as having run for president. And I will continue to advocate that the younger ones should talk among themselves. Never mind, these politicians, they can come out and tell us anything in the front. They go back and drink together at the back. So for the insecurity that is going on in the Southeast, I'm going to address that in the sense that all hands should be on deck if you are from the Southeast or if you have friends in the Southeast. There must be election If you are not at the center where they're roasting the yam, they go carry your own yam to the worm. And there's nothing you can do about it. Whether we like it or not, 25th February will come, election will hold, and if your side of the equation don't go and cast your votes, you are doing your side of the equation and the entire Nigeria a disservice for somebody who would have come up. The movement that is on the ground, as you can see, seems to be genuine, very genuine. The obedience are out there, spending their efforts, their last drop of everything. They are out there pushing. And I wish that all of us can go out there and overwhelm them so that Nigeria can be a new country. I don't wish to come for a third missionary journey. This is my last missionary journey in America, after which I'm going straight back to my village. So this is a chance that we all have. Please, for those who are on the ground, try to find a way to back them up for the next few days to go and collect their PVCs. And if you find anything that is going on ground, like what is going on in Lagos, where Igbo names or anything, if you are Delta name, they scratch your name off. They are doing that as I'm speaking to you. And this is by virtue of those who are inside. A Yoruba person comes to tell a Delta person, say, Liko, they scratch your names off. So let us all bind together to rescue that country.
Okay,
and that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okija.
Is Okija going to round up? Your brother mentioned.
Please, let me talk. I want to leave, please. I want to leave. I don't know.
No. Not that we're ending. Just on this topic, okay? And then.
Yeah, right, I don't know why they don't want me to talk. I don't know. I don't know. I think Eddie has left. Eddie, what's his root of? I think you have to start another show so that when presidential candidate, it's gonna be like who will co-host with Dr. Damages. So presidential candidate, when they come, we have a co, because you ask them soft questions. You don't anyway. Yeah. So you ask them soft questions. You don't just ask them questions like what's his name? The Arise guy. What's his name? Rufai.
Rufai.
Yeah, Rufai. So anyway, Eddie was saying something about people. This guy was indicted in 2009. Okay, for the Jefferson case. And he became he got a plea deal, so he won't be prosecuted, because people who know how the justice system works in the US, usually they want to go after the big fish. They don't they don't care about all those little small fish. So what they did, this guy was a congressman, William Jefferson, so he was the big target. Whatever Dumebi was just something in Nigeria. They don't care about him, so they want to get their big fish. So because the issue connected with Exim Bank is a U.S. export and import bank, the U.S. government bank, and it's conspiracy. Conspiracy, it doesn't matter if you conspire to do anything against any U.S. institution, whether you are in Nigeria, whether you are in Cote d'Ivoire, whether you are in hell, you are tied to conspiracy against the U.S. government. So you'll be roped in. So they will get you, no matter what. So that was what happened. Even though the conspiracy was hatched in London, and but Ahmed Vanda Rujo, whatever, and Otumba Fashawe or whatever. I don't know. Sorry if I muddled the name.
Fashawe.
Yeah, Fashawe. So because of Dumebi was involved, so they used him because he was indicted, but he wasn't prosecuted because he became a witness. So he got a plea deal, no prosecution. We're not prosecuting you. But you help us testify against this guy. They were looking for Jefferson, so that was what happened. So he's here lying about every other thing now. So it's possible some other stuff he did. So we don't want a president who be held at ransom. Be giving Nigeria contract. At least I think it was also attached to the case. I don't know some other people who were attached to the case. So we have a president who is going to be paying people or giving contracts, in order to keep some things under the carpet. So we don't want that. He has good policies, but he can be policy formulator, but he's not going to provide a good leadership. we have to ask the necessary question. Here, I was when CPC, what's his name, Buhari's party in 2011 election. I supported CPC, whatever. Even I had to go to I was in Lagos. I had to go to the state chairman, and I had to bring it to my ward. That was how passionate I was, Buhari. And then in 2015, we supported him again. But we have to start looking at issue. People, we made a mistake in Buhari because we didn't go into detail with he has character. As a human being, he has character, but he doesn't have capacity. Some other things. So we just overlook all those things, and then we went supported him, and he has shown us what he is. So that's why Nigeria, Dumebi saying some things about P2B. And that's what people are seeing somebody who has character, capacity, and some other stuff. So that's why people gravitated to him. And he himself, he's saying that he has a policy, but people haven't seen a character, they haven't seen a capacity. So those things, you have to go and prove to people so that people will give you their vote, will support you. So that's what I want to say. Rudolph, he said something about the party, if they are allied together, they to affect other people. But we have G5 governors, saying that they will not support their own presidential candidates, but that they will announce whoever they will support. But they are working for people, under the under the ladder. So things like that, it doesn't mean that it's not that I want anybody to lie. My candidates P2B, I don't think I don't think any of them will provide additional vote to him that will make him take over or leap over other guys. But I think there's something like synergy. When people come together, there's synergy you build. It doesn't really necessarily mean that they'll bring vote, but probably it's possible that they will sway people from PDP. For instance, if they ally with P2B, that's what I'm saying. It's possible that they will sway people who are in PDP or people who are in APC to join them. But I mean, that's not. I'm not saying that it will happen, but it's possible. But one of the things I've seen, where can they build that? It doesn't matter. You sit down, work together. Where do I have strength? Okay, AAC, we have strength in Ondo State. Okay, what's this guy's party? Okay, SDP, collapse your structure. Let's support our candidate. Collapse your structure. You're not strong in whatever. Collapse your structure so that our guys, we do in those states. You go to other places where they have other people, they have structure. That's why you can't be doing it to yourself. You think you're going to win this system. For how long are you going to try? Try it for 100 years. It's gonna be the same thing until you come together. Collapse your structure. We are strong here. You bring together. If unity government, that's how it works. You bring people go and win the election in different places. You come to the center and they form alliance. You can still do it before election, and where you are, So that's what I'm saying. So they can do it. But what I advise them, SDP candidate came here. I didn't attack him, because I saw him as somebody. He has character. There's nothing out there against him, and he seems to have capacity. So I said to him, if P2B were not in this race, I will support you. But you don't come here, even though he criticized P2B, I didn't take it, but you can't come here where I am criticizing P2B when you don't have character. I'll go against you because you haven't shown me anything that will tell me that you are you do better than him. So if you can't do better than him, shut up and don't come here, and they'll be saying things. So and if you are coming here, make sure you know your onions, you know what you're talking about, there's nothing against you. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna say. So it's possible they can join together and build alliance, and it will work among apart from the four parties. Let them all come together, build something. I mean, stop confusing Nigeria. Stop wasting our money. This ballot they are printing for 18 parties. It's a lot of money being wasted. Confusing people. They are spending their money going from place to place. People donate that money to them, so it's not their money. So they will save Nigeria a lot of time and a lot of space. A lot of money. If they can join together and form one party and then work towards achieving that objective. But just like I said, Eddie, this is a fact. U.S. Justice Department, I got this information from U.S. Justice Department. So it's not like, they wrote anything they want. It's not whatever, or some other like Vanguard News or whatever. This is verified from where it happened.
Yeah, sorry to come in, but thank you for bringing it up. I'm not against what you brought up. I'm not against what you brought up. You could state your fact. You could state your arguments without. It's like you guys are having a confrontation. That is what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, because he made it a confrontation. I said something. He started, he started debunking me, saying that I got it from somewhere. I told him where I got it.
Yeah,
He instead of him
I
answering the
understand.
question,
It's
he was
good you
lying.
hold them accountable. I like that. I'm not saying if he's a criminal, he shouldn't be there. So don't think I'm supporting that. I don't even care about it. But I just don't want us to have a back and forth.
Well, okay, Eddie Okija didn't have that. I think Okija there's no way you present the truth, the hot for body.
I know the guy. He was defending
truth,
himself, but it became like as if we were in a cat and mouse. He was trying to defend himself. You could see it clearly, and he was taking it personal. Which
because he was lying. That was got me angry. He was trying to lie, and that if I'm or that uneducated. Come on,
yeah, that's true.
I'm a resourceful person. I know how to cite things online. So right. Instead of being like okay, maybe I'm sorry, I did this wrong. Maybe I will do better. We forgive you before you ask for forgiveness. Or some people that say, oh, everybody's corrupt or whatever. But first of all, you have to admit to what you did. Say, okay, I did, poor judgment. I wanted to get a business done, and then it was a poor judgment. Please forgive me. I'm better than this. Nobody was just trying to defend himself. And this is a guy. Kachikwu was the aviation minister. He made a whole lot of money. During that time, let him tell us, his history, how he started business. When he made his first million. All linked to Kachikwu.
Rudy, can I talk? Then I leave because I respect my big brother Okija. Nobody will come on this platform and come and tell you they are sorry for what they are not convicted for, or whatever they play bargain they have behind the scene. And then they'll come to this place now after the case has been settled. Then they'll come and tell you, say, I'm sorry for what I did. Not even you will do that. So let us not go there. Now, another thing follow up as I talk to my brother Ibo's this thing. This platform is a very good and interesting platform with all the brilliance of Nigeria that Rudolph Okonkwo was able to bring together from Germany, from my big brother Alexis in Atlanta, and all of the beautiful people we have on this platform. And that's what makes us unique, is to hear the diverse opinions of people. Whether you think is brilliant, whether you think is dumb, is what makes us human beings. And by the way, that's what makes us Nigeria. I have my case before God when I go to heaven, if I made it, if I make it, to say, why am I from Nigeria to come and be facing this problem? Why can't he keep me in heaven? I couldn't have been born to come to this world if heaven was the birthplace for me. That's it between me and God. But on this platform, the notions that somebody has to apologize to you for, I don't think that's going to happen. Don't expect that. We are not in the court of law here. We are Rudolph Shue. It's what is called have your say. So don't expect anybody to come and apologize to you. Put it down behind. My brother, the point is that Rudolph have already analyzed it to us that even if these people collapse their campaign, it will not have so much impact on the winning. And also, Okija have said that, okay, it made a brilliant point that, okay, it's not about having those numbers, but it's about the energy and the message. But people are entitled to their own opinion and their own integrity. I'm consistent in what I believe. And I think what we lack in our country is lack of consistency. If I'm voting for this person today because I believe in everything he has told me and he has done, and I've seen his record, and somebody else come, he doesn't even have a better record than this person, but the momentum is not on his side, we switch. So once we do that, it's lack of consistency. And once we continue to do that, we will never have a president that serve our best interest, because we are flip-flopper. We are a product of our environment. After February 25th, whosoever we get, that is who we are. Because we are just not too consistent. I'm sorry today. Oh, tomorrow I'm not more sorry. this person because momentum is not on his side. I don't know who make that decision, or any nation, any society that make that flip-flop decision and get to their own destiny. So in your life, there Biden have run for president for several times. Eventually, he was even become a vice president to the younger person and African American. And eventually, I don't think from the body language that Obama was so much in support of him, but eventually destiny called him, he became a president. Maybe it's needed at that time. History will tell. So we should not be saying, oh, you are running now, you do not win now, tomorrow you keep folding your office. Like Rudolph explained, that there are other people, other AAC. So it's not about them even considering the other candidates that are running under their party. If I change, are they also going to change to Labour Party or change to PDP or change to APC? That is the thing we should see. And we should not take this election personal. Nigeria will be okay after February 2023. February 25th, 2023. Nigeria will be okay still, and we should still love one another. The humanity is not about you are black, you are white, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, you are Hausa. Humanity is about love. Even if you are a Christian, the greatest commandment God gives to us is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. So at the end of the day, if there is no love and compassion for the people you want to lead, rather is to bull them, then it's still not going to end up in the common unity and the benefit of any Nigeria, home and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, John Abba. There were so many killings in the Bible anyway. There were so many go and finish that town and kill all of them and all their children as well. I wonder where that came from. Thank you.
All right, it came from your village.
Dr. Dameji, sir, HO wants to come in, so I'm going to leave. So bring HO, please.
Okay.
And I'm going to leave too. Thank you, brother. I will come back later.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and a happy Sunday to every one of us. I want to speak about what Rudolph said about when he was reading about the percentages of all these political parties. I think where some of us are missing the point in this new Nigeria everybody is yearning for, we are no more dealing about political parties. We're talking about individuals that can make Nigeria work. The obedient movement this time around is not all about Labour Party. If you're a good candidate, if you're a credible candidate and you are in PDP, we vote you in. If we have a credible candidate from APC that is credible, that Nigerians can rely upon for a new Nigeria, you vote him in. If you're in AC and you have a credible candidate that we can trust to be part of the new Nigeria we're talking about, we vote, because it is the issue of party. That's where we are here today. We're not talking about party in this new Nigeria we're talking about. We're talking about credible Nigerians. You gave an example of Mwawalu. Why did he run away? Because this is the point. Because you didn't get what you want and you decided to leave the field. And after 5 years or 8 years, you will come back and begin to tell us your ideas. But you have the opportunity to be in this system, put your idea on the table. Professor Patu told me that he is the leader of the third force. They have not abandoned they are part of the system right now. They are working with Mr. Peter Obi. There are a lot of credible people in the third force. They have candidates everywhere. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Rudolph. We are not talking about political parties. If Dumebi has something to offer Nigeria, he can put it on the table. If the presidential candidate of SDP has something to offer Nigeria, put it on the table. Because for the fact that I am not supporting anybody to pack up their campaign, that has not been my slogan. I'm not telling you to end your campaign.
Do you think they are not putting it on the table when you see them at events, town hall, media events, talking about their program? They are putting it on the table.
Yeah, I know. What I mean, putting it on the table, for example, the Dumebi we are talking about now, he's not going to even win his local government, right? So whether he's not even going to win anywhere. But what we're talking about is...
Yeah, but hold on. Ike, even if they won't win anything, they are putting the ideas. You're talking about ideas. They're putting it on the table. It's being part of the conversation because they are running. The reason why I mentioned Moralo is that because he's not running, his ideas are not on the table. And even if Moralo had decided to join P2B, for example, there's no guarantee that the people around Peter or Peter himself will be taking ideas from Moralo. So the point I'm making is that there is a case to be made that because they are running, we're hearing their ideas is on the table, okay, rather than they not running. And I'm not convinced that there is a major shift that will happen. Okay, people say things like that if they come in, let's say Shore goes into a party now, another party, let's say Peter B's party, that he's going to bring some people over. Okay, we don't know how that will work, but also there will be conflict. And that will also make some people not to be happy, because Shore is not the kind of person that will agree with certain things going on. So in any case, I think it's better that you, as a candidate of your own party, go out there and convince people. That's your job. Don't wait for people to come and join you, and then that will be how you are going to win an election. You can convince people to support you. And if Peter had been waiting for people, then he wouldn't be where he is today. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, what you said is a fact, but I'm trying to talk about the present reality we are talking about, because listen, all of us cannot be president at one time. It's just one person that is going to be president of Nigeria. Everybody's, even the whole 18 presidential candidate is just one person that is going to be there. So if you put up an idea on the table that is good for the betterment of Nigeria, if Nigerians decide to elect any credible person as the president of Nigeria, he's not going to throw away those ideas that he thinks that is good, that is going to make Nigeria a better country. That's what I'm talking about. For example, if Dumebi has a very good idea, probably, let's say, in the area of finance, I'm just giving an example. And take, for example, maybe peradventure Peter Obi wins, and you make him Minister of Finance or Economic Advisor. Is he not part of that ideas we are talking about? So that's the area I'm trying to talk about. I'm trying to talk about a national government that will incorporate everybody. It doesn't matter what you're a leftist or you're a Republican or you're independent-minded person. But at the end of the day, we come at the center where everybody will bring that idea to the table just for the good of every Nigerian, because these politicians we are talking about, they already made it in life. Most of them is not going to be there. Most of them, whether anybody wins, they don't win, they're okay for the rest of their life. So what I'm trying to say is that if in no matter area that we are good, all of us cannot be president at one time. But if you bring those credible idea that is good and put it on the table with the man who won the election, and you become part of that government, it is an opportunity through what you are doing to Nigeria, the work you are rendering to Nigerians, to make yourself more known to Nigerians and begin to win the heart of so many Nigerians, so that even when you decide tomorrow to go back to your political party and present yourself as a candidate next time, Nigerians will follow you because of what you have achieved. So that's my point of, I'm not saying that I don't support anybody to end their campaign, no. But what I'm trying to say, realignment in politics is normal, but we know that there is no how they can merge anymore. But that's why I brought the point. Okay, let's say in your senatorial zone, Dr. Damages, maybe if it is PDP that is ruling in that place, but APC or AC have a better credible candidate, we're not going to vote party anymore. We vote for the AC candidate that is more credible, that is going to serve your senatorial zone better than political party. Listen, honestly speaking, this time, I'm not talking about political party. I am talking about people, individual men and women that can render service to Nigeria. That's my point. But because there is no independent politics in Nigeria, somebody must have to belong to a political party. But there is something all of us here should always remind ourselves. Every one of us are from the old order. Nobody is a new order here. So sometimes when people say, oh, Peter Obi was in PDP, so what? He was in PDP. That's an old order. Most of the whole political parties belong to old order. All of us are the product of the old order. It is the same thing that is happening where most of you live in America. it is Republicans and Democrats. They've been too old Democrats and old Republicans that don't want to leave. So you can't say because somebody was in APC before, now because he's leaving APC, he's still an old order. If you follow the background of that person, if he's a credible person that has not committed any corruption, that has no skeleton in his cupboard, I mean, being a member of APC should not stop Nigeria not to vote such person. That's my point. So anybody talking about new order, every of the Nigerian politicians are from the old order. Because it has been there from NPP to NPN to NCNC to, it has been the same old recycled order. That's what we have been on for years.
All right.
In this present time now that we're trying to say, okay, we want to have a new order. Like SDP candidate, is a credible candidate, like Sowore himself, but the problem with Sowore is today is an activist. So this is his problem. So that is my problem with him, because today is a politician, tomorrow is an activist. So he doesn't have
standing. Ike, don't provoke Echo. Ike, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me respond to someone Pansat on the comment section so that he will know, just like other people writing there, that we see what they are writing. Pansat was saying that was using the example of Clinton and Obama as an example, that after the primaries, Clinton basically supported Obama, to try to imply that you can use the same thing with this situation. We're talking about two different things, that's the same. They are in the Clinton and Obama, they're in the same political party, so they could do that. But someone from the Republican Party or the Green Party who ran for president under the Green Party and lost, you don't expect them to come leave the party and go and join the Democratic Party, and then for whatever reason, it doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's not typical. So the Clinton-Obama example is totally different. All right. And actually, to support your point, that's what happened between Peter Obi and Pat Utomi. Pat was actually contesting to be a presidential candidate of Labour Party, but he stepped down for Peter Obi. So that could happen on that one political party, but to switch from a different party, abandon your candidates and the people following you, and then join a leading party for what? Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
First of all, those when you offend them, this my brother when be the talk, is Okija. On the people behalf, my brother Okija, forgive them. Now me offend you because they be my picking. So, Biko, forgive. And Oga Ike, now when you see the report card, when they tell you, say, my picking show will nothing with this election. Now your dream, I've been at your village, Okija Shiran. Sometimes when we come and talk with impunity, of who go win and who not go win, if they make me the one that say the pain when they inside Nigeria, when I know the feel. Now I leave that one for one corner. When they talk of old order, you won't tell me say you don't know the difference between new order and old orders. So at this point, let us remove this thing one all of us, including me, put for our brain. Say we don't know the difference between old order and new order. If you don't know the difference, make I tell you, any person when he joined from 1960 till date, whether you the APC or PDP, or you move from here to here to here to here to here, you are old order. You dey hear me? The only I don't know, I may be wrong, the only party when we say it gets grassroots, when we say now my children when you want change, now I enter now AAC. I don't know that so, but majority of others now small picking bettered by APC and PDP, so they are part of the old others. So if you don't know where be the old order, I don't spell it to you. So I won't ask you. In as much my children they work out follow Peter Obi, is Peter Obi not part of the old orders? Oh, because he can't tell us he won't change from consumption to production. In business is when he they do to date. All the products when he they sell for those businesses, are they made in Nigeria? I bet they import them. Why we not they tell ourselves some senses? See, me I no worry. If not be say some of my children they tell me say, Mama, you can't just keep quiet and give up in 2023. I for not talk. So at this, how many days? If we see they come here, come they tell ourselves lies upon lies, then we are not ready. But let me tell you, if we get it wrong in 2023, we are sitting on a keg of time bomb. And when it happen, me and you, we there for here. We dey eat burger, eat ice cream, come top and down with coffee and tea. We can't say we don't get peace. No. We are not going to get peace. Because when the kasala go dey happen, your phone and my phone, we not go rest at all. Except blood not dey flow through your vein. Now you go say when those new go begin to bombard the internet, you go come sleep when you not go dey dream of those things. So if we went down, but then you bought it, so we have a comfortable. Therefore, it doesn't matter. Now Matter and Matthias now go begin to talk to us after this election. I don't know. I still get one stand. If I get my way, Sowore is the right person. Why? He said he go remove now the Kano for me. He said he go sit down with all of us. May we write the constitution when it fits us. So that when we they say, we the people, you and I, or our representative, we will go say yes. Now we said, Udo for Okonkwo to go and represent the diaspora voice in that constitution. So when they say, we the people, you and I go say we have a say.
All right.
If we want to let all the things when they utilize from us, I know say Sowore in a number one because he get PhD to collect, show us where they dey and collect them back. And also remove all my innocent children when they put for Kije prison, Okere prison, and all the different prison when they for Nigeria. I'm not saying go help me remove them, rehabilitate them, and make them human being. Then collect all the big chiefs, because na small chiefs now they put for those prisons. All the big chiefs.
Thank you.
Let me carry all of them. Go put for those Kuje prison and Okere prison. So Nigerians, I want to ask you now, what do I want? A better Nigeria or another Nigeria want patch for 4 years? Choose. If I want patch for 4 years, vote Obi. If I want a Nigeria that is straightforward, ready to face the global world, vote Sowore. The choice is yours. And for those, when they accuse my pikin say Sowore, now bring boo to power. Now, first of all, yes, in doing journalism to expose the corruption that Goodluck Jonathan condoned in his presidency. Goodluck Jonathan is a good man, correct. But his goodness, he did not reflect it to tell that Yaya woman finance minister when he used 40-something waiting, they buy Breza for $1. Enough it tell us make it not do it. Now where the problem is?
Echo.
If now that thing when he do to expose the corruption, when Goodluck Jonathan enough he handle, now be the offense when he offend you now See, I did my knee. Please forgive my pikin. Now hear me, make una forgive am with all una heart. If not the offense when he commit be that. But make una also remember, say, when the northerner no wan put Jonathan to come, when that Baba don't die. Now the same pikin one at the abuse on. Now still fight hard, expose their dirtiness when Jonathan take his rightful place by constitution. So one of the judge, make una put these two things for table, make una judge fairly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Echo. I wanted to ask you the woman you were talking about who bought, but that's a different. No. I didn't. No. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. That would have been a mistake. That would have been a mistake. Austin, welcome to the show.
Thank you. You know, I came to the show when you said that the show already said we should smoke Igbo.
Actually, it's one of his ideas. Not smoke, but actually,
I am a scientist. The point is that the phytochemicals in Igbo can help in some health challenges, but it's when it becomes addictive that's when there's a problem. So
he was actually talking about the potentials in exporting it. You know,
yes,
which they are exploring right now. Like the Ondo State government actually followed that up, and so it was a brilliant idea.
So that's the point. It's a brilliant idea, but we just need not to abuse it. Now, look, we always talk about we outline what presidents would do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, some of us here we have been leaders. That's very true. The most important thing, I'll always say it, is not that the leaders should do A, B, C, and D. A leader will surely do the wrong one. There's something a leader will do that will be wrong. But the question will always ask, if a leader does something wrong and the followers cry, anybody that will listen, the leader that will listen to that cry and say, okay, I have done something wrong, I'll correct it this way, is the best for the job. I love Sowore that much, Madam Echo, but the point is that Sowore does not listen. Once Sowore puts his head that this is what I will do, if you like talk up and down, he will not want that. I always say, is it Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, or they will make a mistake. They must make a mistake. But in case they make a mistake and you cry out, who will listen? That is the point. So that's the first thing we need to know about all this issue. And the second part is that, as we heard from the speakers before, I don't believe in this. You know, in Nigeria, it's always winner takes all. Winner takes all. Once I win the election, I come to power, any other person go to hell. No. I'm the kind of, if I don't know, I'm not the person there. If I was the person who will become the president, I will try as much as possible to pick the best brains. I don't care the party and I don't care where you are coming from. Pick the best brains elsewhere. And Nigerians have one kind of crazy behavior that I don't like, in such a way that once I lose the election, the government must fall. I must do everything to make sure that this government does not succeed. So that is the problem we have in Nigeria. Our allegiance is not to the nation. Our allegiance is to the pocket that we have. Once it favors me, fine. That's just the problem. So if you ask me in this whole issue, I'll feel that the best person for the president should be a president that listens. It's important. A president that listens can do the right thing. Because I'll tell you, no matter who you are, you cannot be everywhere at the same time. That is why I said, if you ask me, the media, people like Dr. David, now are supposed to be the watchdog for the government. If I am the president, there are many agencies, parastatals, ministries, and I can't see everything. If you see the Minister of Agriculture doing something crazy and you shout, Mr. President, your minister is doing this, I will now turn and look at what is happening there. But a president that will not listen is a president that will not rule well. Buhari has good intentions. That's one thing I would say. Buhari has good intentions. It showed in his government. But if I need to flog, I will flog Buhari for not following up. He does not listen. That is why when things are happening bad, you saw it in his 80th birthday. If your Siban just said it, once you say that by the name of God, by the name of Allah, I did it well, he agrees that it's true. That's not supposed to be what you should do. And that is why if you put all these men on a scale, they say antecedents is important. What I've been doing before in the past. If you make me the king, I will do the same thing. It's not because I used to be very bad at my Umuna meeting, and suddenly they now make me the chairman of the meeting and I become good. It's a lie. That character I've always had, I'll always have it continuously. And if you check the antecedents, those who have been governors, those who have been vice presidents, those who have been this, who among them have been listening? If you check very well, na Peter Obi. It happened when they governor at the Anambra State University. So we know. Even if things happened, we know that at least he had the ability to listen, even if he doesn't take the decision in your favor. So let's try to look at the aftermath, not only those who will do this and do that, no, but who will listen and who will take the best decisions. That's my contribution for now. We'll talk more later.
All right, thank you. Pansat, the next.
All right, thank you very much. Let me say hello to everybody in the panel and those in the comment section. You know, we are about 30 days to the end to the election itself. We have to progress. It's a process. It's like a linear process with a time certain for the election. So all the support, they've gone out there, they hustled for the nomination. They've talked to us, they've told us what they want to do. Fine. Nobody has all the answers. There's no silver bullet, which you go to call a panacea, right? Obi, to me, it's like what Showore was about, trying to wake up the youth and the consciousness of the nation so there'll be force in numbers for a revolution. Even though they try to persecute him for that use of the word revolution, this is what he was all about, in my opinion. That's what I thought he was doing. We don't have to choose between Showore and Obi or Patutomi or other people who mean well for the country. We just are at the precipice. We have a problem in the country. It's time to galvanize all these energies and try to do the right thing. This is no time for ego. I wasn't going to come here if Rudolph answered my question. Let me put that question to
What was the question?
Yeah, let me put the question to Miss H.O.
Okay.
You love your Peking. All of us have some kind of degree of affection for Showore. But let's say we're at an airport, we want to enter a plane, and there's someone who's been certified to be a pilot. Say his name is Obi. But we have Showore that we love. Would you enter that plane and designate Showore to fly it, whether he's qualified or not to be a pilot? Of course you would not. Let me make it rhetorical so we can move on. Because what's the difference between you and I on Showore? Nothing. Aside from the fact that he's your Peking. We agree with him on a lot of things he's trying to do. We feel that he's not being treated fairly in the country. But why is he not treated fairly in the country? Because of the kind of country we have. So any kind of glimmer of light that we have, and of course, you've shown that maturity yourself. You're not against Obi. You don't want Showore disrespected, but what calls for disrespect of Showore? Historically, I said here and other platforms, I said that Showore lacks judgment. There is no way any human being, as smart as Showore is, that he doesn't know the difference between Buhari and Jonathan. Yes, you have to know the difference between the two. So if there comes a time to make a call, then you have to apply that judgment at that point, because the country we had under Jonathan obviously wasn't perfect. You don't expect to have a Jeffersonian president in Nigeria. It's still in Kuwait, nascent democracy, right? So, but let me not try to be condescending before I get to be interrupted by Rudolph here, who I know he's apportioning this thing by time, not by reason or what you're saying.
Good. I'm happy.
It's done by what time.
Thank you.
You spend.
Thank you so much.
Pardon?
I said
Pardon?
thank you so much for saying this.
Okay,
Because,
please.
yeah.
Now, all I'm saying when I've been here, I guess my approach can be improved. I'm trying to improve the approach. We don't have a year. We don't have 6 months. There is no reason why I should come here to remind you. Okay, forget the fact that they just removed their necks, their needs from our necks. Remember what's going to happen in that country and what's been happening. Right now, a dollar is 800 or 700 naira. There's no pilot in the country. There are a bunch of killers running around the place. A lot of people have already been killed. We don't have a country right now. So it's not a time to be academic, to come here and talk and talk. We have about 30 days. Let's now begin to admonish those who should step out of the race. If the people are not with you, it's a game of numbers. If it's obvious that you're not going to win, you then have to choose between the ones remaining who have potential, right? The potential and kinetic energy then.
Pansat,
Yes,
can I ask you a question? Do you know the 18 presidential candidates? Do you know their names?
Not all of them, no.
How many do you know?
I know at least 5 or 6.
Do you know their parties?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So a typical voter in Nigeria is just like you.
Yes.
These candidates, 18 of them, they don't know more than maybe 3 or 4, 5 highest.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So why are you worried that they are going to vote for somebody they don't even know the name or the party that they are running in? Why is that a problem?
It's not a problem, and that's not what I was worried about.
Okay.
Somebody like you, for example, you, Showore, Ndibe, and so there are people who are important to salvaging that country. Somebody like Showore is not just a presidential candidate. He is an embodiment of all our work over the years. Showore is taking a lot. His brother was killed. He abandoned his kids. He went home to fight for the country. So it's bewildering. What is his problem? Was he given something when he was in custody there? Peter Obi, okay, even if Showore is at his best, let's say nothing happened to him, at any point, there is no way that Showore is P2B's pinky toe. He's not. I mean, every virtue that Showore has, it's more in Obi. Period. I mean, this is not to be debated. We don't have time for those kind of debates. We have a great candidate who the establishment did not expect to emerge. So, yes, those who make the argument that Showore's work culminated in P2B's emergence, they have a point. That is true. So, then what am I missing? You've got somebody who the whole country, good people, those who mean well for the country, those who are not tribal, those who are not, regional, who are not inflicted with religious animus. You've got a guy who can actually run for office in the United States and beat Obama at his best. That's the kind of person we have. We have a great African. This is not even a Nigerian candidate. This is a great guy, right? So no matter what you say, first of all, you look stupid saying it. What is the point you're making? Because I've listened. I went on a panel and they say, hey, look, Obi is just like one of those. The same. They're the same. I say, why do you say that? He says, because he used to be in the PDP. Right? I mean, think about that. We don't have time for that kind of stupidity.
Pansat, let me,
yes,
because this is not how you said. This is 90 Minutes Africa, so I have the right to question people.
Sure.
Let me ask you, at your ideal Nigeria, in your ideal Nigeria, what should be going on now? What should we be doing?
Right now, we should be educating everybody in any edifice, like here. Go and get your PVC. We should be determined. We should be angry. Everybody here should be angry. I don't get it. You have, during the end of Jonathan, 300 of our girls in a Chibok secondary school taken away in vans. Up to today, 300 students who were supposed to go take an exam, right? And then you go all the way down to Zaria in Kaduna, where this Buhari administration with El-Rufai have the chief of army staff go and kill almost 1,000 of our Shia fellow citizens and bury them in mass graves. Up to today, the United Nations doesn't care. The United States here, they don't care. Imagine if 1,000 Americans were slaughtered by Sunni Muslims. What would you do? It's forever, that's it? No.
But Pansat, don't we have enough angry people in Nigeria? So we have those in the forest in almost all the states. There are those fighting. They are angry people. You want people here to also be angry that way. What do you want?
Right, because the wrong people are angry and they have impetus, right? If we, the Nigerians, the citizens, the real people, good people, we should be very, very angry at those people, But in order not to distract, because I'm one of those who say there's not even no time for this kind of conversation we're having. Your prior question is the right one. What should we be doing? We should, somebody like H.O., H.O. knows I have a lot of respect for her. We've been on platforms together, and she does her work by the way she questioned Obi there, and she doesn't have any tolerance for criticism for Showore. But I'm asking her from today, admonish Showore, advise Showore, no matter how he's done. Yes, you get credit for Obi. Obi is just a vessel. Obi is the consciousness or the hope and aspirations of everybody who supported you. This is the time now for us to go and take this country back. Obi is just the beginning, right? It's the beginning. It's not going to be the silver bullet, like I said earlier. If we have an election where they rig that election, those riggers should know that we're not disunited, that we're not going to put up with any nonsense, right? We have to have a clean-cut election, and we have to progress. There is no criticism of Obi that I have seen that sticks, not even one. I've listened to all of them because I'm a fair guy. You have to understand something. When I'm talking to you, Rudolph, right? You are hearing the truth, not my opinion. Since I've been here, I haven't given you my opinion. So anytime you come against what I'm saying, there's something wrong with you. This is not,
Pastor, let me one more
righteousness
thing.
is one of my virtues.
Hold on, Pastor, hold on.
Yeah.
Peter B used to say this, when the premise of an argument is wrong, the conclusion is also wrong. The premise of your thesis here is wrong. One that what you're saying is facts. Who defines it? When who defines it? Who certified it as facts? The way you are saying it. Even Obi will say that what you are saying, he didn't send you. I know send you market.
He
Obi
didn't
will
send
tell
me.
you. Wait. Obi, I'm sure if you, and that's why I'm really trying to get him here. I'm sure that if you ask Obi, do you want Showore to pack up his campaign and join your campaign? He will say no. I'm sure that today, if you go and ask Obi, do you want Showore to pack up and join me? He will say no.
That is true.
So why do you want that to happen? If the candidate is not, we not want that.
Right, because we have a modest person, Obi is a humble individual. He's not supposed to say that. It's us who are supposed to advise our brother, Showore. Showore will be a plus if he's with Obi in any capacity. Obi needs Showore. So
why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because Showore also.
So why is Obi not a plus to join Showore? Why is Obi not a plus to join Showore? Now two heads Obi get. No. Now two heads Obi get to see who Nigeria. Let Showore not get. See, do not get any argument.
Let me answer.
Match break.
Let me answer.
Match break.
Let me answer. Please stop her.
Listen. It is better. Listen, Mr. Pascal. It is better we present two good candidates for our children. Make them make good choices.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Let him answer.
Like I said before, I am not here to give you my opinion. The process that we have, maybe you don't understand it. Right now, only one person is going to emerge as the president, right? Obi is the movement. The youth are behind It's the numbers game in democracy. That's who is likely to win, what state. Like when Shore was here the last time, he said, hey, which state is he going to win? None, right? But
Pansa, why does that worry you?
It worries me because it's a numbers game. You can't let the other side, because we know that Tinubu and
Wait. Why is it? What you said things that you don't explain? Why is it a numbers game? What is the number? If he's not going to win, if he's not going to win, if he's not going to win a state, he's not going to deprive your candidates of votes. So why is it a problem?
Right, because like I said, if he's able to make people like HO now go and work hard for Labour Party, right? It will help. It's a numbers game. If HO gets upset,
if you like, carry America all the money where they do for your budget, put for my hand. I know they do that can't work. If I won't work in my dream, na Showore. In my wake up, na Showore.
Okay.
So if you like, carry your salary, they give me every month. I go take they drink red wine.
Okay. Rudolph, please. Let me, Madam H.O., listen to what I'm saying. You know how much respect I have for you. You know.
Me too, I respect.
You know how much I fight so that you could be heard. And every platform we've been together because you have a good voice.
Yeah, good voice. I get better face.
No, but it's true now. No, it's true. Now, I'll tell you the truth. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that we're about 30 days, okay? So right now, everything about this process is predetermined. It's a numbers game. If the bad guys overwhelm Obi, who is the one representing us, all of us, if you're a Showore supporter, no matter what, even if you don't admit it.
Now, do you know what we should even think of working on?
Yeah.
If you want to make I tell you the bitter truth.
Tell me.
The bitter truth not be for Showore to shift base for Obi, or for Obi to shift base for Showore. Now, for us to work in the mentality of our sons and daughters, when they see the dance Kelebe follow Tinubu and dance Kelebe follow Atiku, if we feel separate those people into this camp, we go get the candidate when they look for. So not busy, they trouble yourself for Showore tea and butter. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Very good, Rachel. So why? Go ahead.
Please, there is a question you asked that what should Nigerians be doing now? I wanted to contribute to that question.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Look, the point is that Tinubu, Atiku, and everybody is as strong as they are because of the Nigerian people. What Nigerians should be doing now, look, Obi is not a saint. Obi is not like he came down from heaven. No, he's among us. But there's one truth. If these men know that if you fuck with us, we will deal with you, they will come to order.
Good.
If I see all these people, Tinubu will gaff and we shout, hey, clap for him. He knows that we are fools, so we don't have any value to him. But if he knows if he messes up, he is going down, he will come to order. So the people I am looking at, what we should be doing now is that all the youths, like me, I'll tell you the truth. If I want to vote, I'll vote Obi. But if he fucks up, if he messes up, you deal with him. If he knows that in the next 4 years, if anything goes wrong, the people will deal with him at the polling booth. He will do the right thing. So the most dangerous people we will see are those who see evil and call it truth. So all the youths, if you know that we want to put I like putting them on a platform. Good. Anybody who weighs the most, who is more credible, go for him. Then warn him. If you try it, 4 years, you are coming back home. And once they know that if I mess up, I am going down, they will do the right thing. Power is sweet. People want to hold it, and they will not want to do anything to make sure that.
And the only people we can hold to that Augustine just said is Showore or Obi. So maybe we call a spade for here.
Okay, let me conclude so I can exit. Somebody could come in.
Hold on. Before you continue, there's a question for you on the comments. It says, was it possible for McCain to collapse his campaign into Obama's campaign?
No, that's not what we're talking about. I believe that your earlier analogy kind of fits that bill. It's not what we're talking about. When we, from our side, remember, this is not to be asking Showore to collapse. This is us the citizens who love both Obi and Showore, right? But it is very clear, unless somebody just want to be, I don't know, I don't want to be confrontational today, so I'm going to be a nice guy.
You don't confront, finish, so your energy don't dry. So not tell us, say you're not a confront. Like, you don't exhaust your confrontational energy.
What I'm saying
bring
is
your bedroom energy to talk now.
Like I said, I said I'm against laughing until this election is over. I don't find anything funny at all.
Make you laugh.
Okay.
Mama, I can't make you break the rule. Come on.
You know, say not true. Like I say this too. H.O., you're very important in this thing. Like I said to Rudolph the last time I was here. Rudolph, you're very important in this thing. Obi cannot do all this, nothing, without us, all of us, our voice, our energy. Not even, I mean, this is not even debatable. We have a great candidate. We have a great candidate, a great African. He has no tribal animus. He has no regional animus. He has no, I don't know, whatever you could talk about that is the normal thing for the hot polar in the country. He doesn't have any of those things, right? So now his politics is proper. His manifesto is in order. His record, his history is in order. He ruled the state, he governed the state, and he did the best he could do, knowing that you have what they call in the Nigerian constitution, exclusive list. He cannot generate power, for example. And they have 60-something of such items that a governor cannot do. So he's coming there, he says, look, we're going to rebuild a new Nigeria. He's going to do it from consumption to production. And he's more eloquent in describing that. He's been all over the place. Fortunately for us, they don't have anybody at his level to run against him. Okay, the serious candidates we're talking about, Atiku, Tinubu, and others. Now, Showore is not in that echelon, right? In the higher echelon. He's somewhere maybe in the middle to the lower ones. So bringing him up is a fallacious argument, as if we're choosing between Obi and Showore. We're not doing that. Echo, I want you to get that right now. That's very important for you. There is nothing.
Now you know the do.
Please,
Nigeria, my children, they get to offshore. They choose mommy and choose mom.
So I can learn.
But they have the right to choose in between. They
no,
it's match your break. If you don't belong to my children, you belong to the old others.
So I mean, Rudolph, don't say you give me a lot of time if she's not gonna let me talk. I gotta get a word in here. Okay, I want to learn. This is important for her to know. The choice right now is not between Obi and Showore. Showore is not there, unfortunately. He's not up there. That's a choice between Obi, Atiku, Tinubu. That's it. Not even the Kaduna guy, Kano guy, Kwakwaso. He's not there. He's a distraction. Some people, some from our side are saying it's good that he's there so he could take away some votes in the north. Okay, but he's not there. It's Atiku is not even in the race, right? It's not his turn.
All right.
A vote for Atiku is a vote for war, for example. Tinubu has a Muslim ticket problem. The day he made that choice, he lost.
Fansad,
yes, sir.
We have to go. Thank you so much. What I think is this: at the end, I think the votes are with Tinubu, Atiku, and if you want to get votes to support your candidate, you go to them and if you can convince people in Ijesha alone, you probably have covered the number of votes you can get with any other candidates, So I think that's where the direction will be. That's what I think. But that's by the side. We have to round up. Today is Sunday. Go ahead. Today is Sunday, so we are not spending. Okay, he's gone. We're not spending 8 hours today. Not today. Eddie, what's your final?
Yeah, I've got a question. Looking at Pansa today, he gave a good analogy. At least he's not calling for destruction and fighting, which is good. So now the election is 25 days, I think 20 something days. What if looking at the screen, you could see everybody's here. Everybody here is in the diaspora. For me, I haven't got.
Well,
I'm not
Boniface is
going
in Nigeria.
to
Boniface,
minus what's his name, Boniface. Yeah,
yeah.
Boniface. That is our representative in Nigeria. But majority of people here are in the diaspora. So what are we in the diaspora? What are we going to do to swing or influence what's on ground? Because we could say everything. We could start to speak from now till 25th. We're not going to make any changes, so we're not going to make any effect on what is on ground. What are we going to do? That's what we should be, irrespective of if you're supporting whoever you support. What are we going to do from now to swing votes? Okay, to take votes from those two main political parties to whichever candidates. Because it's not about talking online. It's not about talking online.
Thank you, Eddie, for that. That's one thing we need to ask ourselves. What do we do? Now, let me say, what do I do? I know that
Our phone.
for
Your phone. Maybe they call home. Now, do 24 hours. Begin they call people and send them money. Maybe they take do waka waka. They begin they preach the sermon and show the logo of the person when you support. So now what we supposed to they do now? Nobody's kaba 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 kaba. Let us spend out. If you they spend double, if you never spend triple, because if you they tell them to vote, you need to mobilize them. So we need this urgently. So no time to stay talk.
Doc, I thought you are going line by line. I mean,
that's the thing.
He have question and I answer.
Echo,
All of na day, yes, it's 4 hours. I just come back from church.
On now, so we are moving. We skip Echo when we come round. Austin, finish up.
So I was saying that he asked a very good question, because that's one question I always like. We have had the problem. What do we do? The solution. Now, me, I know that I've taught more than, since I was teaching in the university back then, I've taught more than 800, 900 or 1,000 people who have graduated. And some of them have WhatsApp group. So I had to force my students that, look, this is not about sitting on the fence. Go and get your voter's card. And every time I always tell them, go and get it, I don't believe that everything is about money. It concerns you. Go and do it for yourself. While I'm pushing you to read your books, I will even organize online classes and teach you what you need to do. But you need to go and get your voter's card. So I think I've talked to some people, and anytime they get it, they say, sir, I've gotten my voter's card. I say, good. The next day selection. So if we can talk to these people who are, me, I know I have influence on students. So you have influence on some people. So just tell just one person, 2 or 3 people. Then also, there's one thing I know I've been voted for years. I've been voting for a long time, more than 1 decade now. So we need to tell them what constitutes the invalid votes. Before you go there and vote the wrong thing, you twist the paper the other way, and before you realize the vote is invalid. So you need to know that once you finish voting, you put your paper vertically so that it doesn't, maybe if you thumbprint here, it doesn't go to the other side when you twist it. Those are the little things we should do. If you can get just 1 vote or 2 votes for your candidate, then fine. That's just the whole thing.
All right. Heavy, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think there's anybody on this platform at this time who doesn't know, what to do. The fact that we come here, in fact, and we get attracted to this show, it shows fundamental passion from most of us. I believe one way or the other, we are all involved in trying to push the nation forward. I am involved in the Peter Obi campaign in a stealth way. I don't talk about it when I come here. I'm a Shore person. If Shore comes here today, and that's why last week or so when he was here, I didn't ask any question. He's my person. I probably have offered or followed him more addictively than HO. HO, I know they look for trouble, but I'm just saying that some of us are silently I've known Shore for a long time. I've been part of it. I hardly miss any revolution now protest in Dundas Square in Toronto. Okay, it's on record. Go and ask anybody in Toronto. But I changed my mind, and I can change my mind. Even marriage got dissolved, and you move on, right? When I did my new risk analysis and reality analysis, I made a different choice. And I've actually chosen Peter Obi way before Shiore could this time around make up his mind. He was still under Abuja arrest when I've made up my mind. This time around it's going to be Peter Obi. And what I was wishing for Shiore at that time was at least he should be released to go and meet his daughter and his son and his beautiful wife in America and take some rest, and then we can regroup and come back again. It doesn't mean that next turn I will not support him. But that's, by the way, one thing that I want to talk about before I get out of here is Mr. Dumebi Kachikwu. He talked about something, even though he tried to tag it on Peter Obi, but I picked that. And this is it. I'm from the Southwest. And I know we also have some security issues. But we know today that apart from Boko Haram, the next hot bird, based on what we see on news, killings that are happening is in the Southeast. I've been wondering that same question that Dumebi asked, even though he tried to, because he's a politician now, Obi is his rival, he tried to pour it on Obi's head. But I want to extract that point. What are the Igbo leaders doing about making concerted effort, really, to rally around and quench? Because at the end of the day, we can continue to blame the army coming and all that. If the people are bounded together against the external forces that are coming, be it external in the sense that outside of the Southeast, or people that don't like them, that within the same country are trying to cause harm to them, if they band together and make a united front against, anything, they're going to crush whatever. But I see quite a lot of infighting and self-inflicted violence happening in the Southwest. I want to use this very honorable platform of Dr. Damages to speak to the Igbo people in Igbo land in Southeast Nigeria, Ohaneze Indigbo, and other very important groups in Nigeria. My name is Ebenezer Komalafe. Please do something about the killings in the Southwest by yourself. Come together, bond together, and form a united front. Forget about Obi, forget about 2023 election. Please, for the sake of the life, the Igbo is a great race, wonderful people, very intelligent, industrious people. Please come together and form a united front and speak against this evil. And every parent in the Southeast, talk to your kids, talk to your youths, and please stop the killing. I love the people of the Southwest, and I wish you all well. Thank you very much.
All right, Abby, thank you so much. Your message has been passed across and it's very important. Thank you so much. Who else? Who is next? Boniface.
What's up? Mwana, I've been here listening. All right.
You continue. You drank snap, so you continue. I'll get to you. Boniface. Okay. Even Sydney just came. Sydney, welcome to the show. And I want to hear from Sydney, So, but let's hear Boniface. He's joining us from Nigeria. So go ahead, Boniface.
So my submission goes like this. As the last speaker just said, what I can say is, like he said, there is a length of suffering that human brain is meant to take. If you see that, people tends to be confused on what to do. Eastern Nigeria as it stands today, like if you we have relatives and you do travel, is divided on this issue of some people still support this sit at home. Like it's not like it is only like extreme people that you don't know. You see normal people that don't really care about Nigeria, about what Nigeria stands for. So, and you blame them, but you don't blame them that much. So I don't know what to say about that. But at the end of the day, when things turn violent, if it is no longer about survivor, if it becomes about attacking others, it is no longer a healthy environment. So I support the notion of finding something to do about it. But then, how do we do that? Our governors are here, are everywhere. So Rudo is busy attacking P2B when his side is under fire. So I don't know how they are going to resolve that. I wanted to ask Mr. Dumebi if there's anything they are going to do, them, the politicians who are contesting, we are going to do about it. But Dr. Demedi said we can only ask one question. So I asked the one that concerned me. The next thing I want to talk about is, like I think I've said this in this platform before. Most Nigerians have not suffered enough. Most Nigerians are still concerned about he is my brother. I know, as in he's from my religion. I don't really care what you're talking about. What others bring to the table. He is my brother. That is what matters. So if you like, preach from now till tomorrow. Loyalty is loyalty. Collapsing Showore's party, collapsing Mr. Dumebi's party is not going to solve any problem. I think they should stick to who they are. At least when we elect Obi and he fails, we have another place to run to. So that is my submission. I pray that this election holds and we'll have a new president and Nigeria works out for everybody.
Thank you, Boniface. We're sure we are going to have a new president. The question is, who would that be? Ike, go ahead.
Thank you once again. Brother ID, let me encourage you. You asked a question, which is very important question. But I think that even you that is asking a question, I know that you are doing something already. And I think each and every one of us is trying to do our best. It doesn't matter who you support or who you want to vote. I have to tell you, honestly speaking, I'm not hiding my support for Mr. P2B. And I think since P2B left PDP, it's not like the other brother who just left now, it's not for us to come here to say what you do or what you're doing. But I tell you, one of the things that I did was before December, I talked to my family and friends and well-wishers, those people that I used to support in one way or the other. And I told everybody, you get nothing from me until after February 25. You have to show me you got your PVC, and when you vote, you show me that you vote. I'm not telling you who to vote, but I just want you to be part of it. So that is where I've never changed that. And it has never stopped me from doing other things to, enlighten people back home what they need for everybody to get involved. Either printing T-shirt, printing, posters, and, anything that can let people understand what we're talking about. Just like what Mr. Brother Augustine just said here, what he used his influence as a teacher to talk, as he's talking to some of his students, So we are doing something. It's not something that we have to, publicize or tell. But I believe everybody who is concerned living outside Nigeria is doing something or the other. Like Madam Ejo said, our phone never get tired. Your phone is always ringing. And whenever it rings, there is something you have to impact in somebody that is over there. Because they are the people that are suffering, not you. But, the suffering over there affects you because at the end of the day, when you wake up in the morning and think about the insecurity in your place. You think about your family. You think about your friends. You think about people, your neighbor, people you know before you left Nigeria. What is their welfare? What is their condition? So all of us are involved in this, you know. So in order to support what the brother who left now said about the security in Eastern Nigeria, I think that all of us should know that what is happening in the Southeast is politically motivated. It's an imported insecurity that is being organized in the Southeast, just to let the world know that the Igbos are not ready for election, that everybody is talking about Biafra. But that's not the truth. You know, let me tell you, the problem in the Southeast is between Imo State and the Ebonyi State, and these people are controlled by APC. So, and Soludo has just joined. Anambra was a very good place, but look at for the past 3 months, or for the past 6 months, the agenda of Soludo, what he promised the people of Anambra, he has abandoned it and begin to play politics of this year, you know. So it's sad, but it doesn't mean that the Ohanese or the people of elders in the East are not talking. They are talking, they are discussing, they are talking to people, because it's our people that is being killed. I said here yesterday, my sister business is closed for almost 2 years in Imo State, with about 5 children and 2 to go into university. I know what is costing me over here to keep that family going, because their life is more important. My sister and the husband now, they have left Imo State. They are looking for a place in Warri. This is to tell you what is going on in Imo State. It's just something that is organized by the governor of Imo State and the APC. You know, so it's not just that. It's not that people in Imo State, people in the Eastern East are not going to vote. You will see what is going to happen in February. We will going to vote. That is going to be an election. But just know that the importation of insecurity in Eastern Nigeria is politically motivated by the people who forced themselves on the people of the Eastern Nigeria, because Uzodimma never won an election. He did not win an election in Imo State, and today nobody in Imo State recognizes him as the governor of Imo State. Because I'm telling you that the coming out of P2B from the Southern East has destroyed every political career of all those political criminals that we have in the East. I just gave an example yesterday of Ipazu, who has been governor of Abia State for 8 years. In his poster, he put his poster with the poster of P2B. Why? Because he doesn't have chance of winning. Even though he's among the G5 of PDP, he has no political base in Abia State anymore. Oti has taken over Abia State. So this is what is going on. Those political elements that have been the problem of the Southeast, they're still there. Most of them are still playing a very larger part in the politics of today. So, but then, the Igbos themselves, you and me, we have taken a stand that we are participating in an election. So never mind what is going on. We have insecurity, yes. And I believe the elders of the Igbo land, they are talking. They are talking to the youth. Like the brother who just left now, they're sitting at home. How many people? A lot of people are dying because of sit at home. Even though you are trying to use it as an instrument to make the government to listen to you. But look at the damaging effect on the common man in the street. Because a woman who is hawking banana, at the end of the day, that the only thing she has to feed the family and pay the children's school fees. At the end of the day, she cannot do anything for that day. Do you know what what 1 day or 2 days means to that family? And if he doesn't have anybody from anywhere source that they can get money to feed the family, what happens? So this is the thing that is going on, my brother. So, I mean, we have a problem. We cannot shy away from it, but it's not going to stop the February 2023 election. Thank you. And God bless you.
Thank you, Ike. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Dumebi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but if you speak up a little bit, that will help.
Okay, thank you. I think just to rendezvous from where I. Sorry, can you hear me?
Okay.
To rendezvous from where I stopped from. I think the issues in the southeast are very multifaceted, but I think the governors are a bit culprits in this issue because of their selfishness. Most of the Igbo political class elites are very selfish, and also coupled with external agenda to make the place not ready for elections, because the P2B movement was not factored in the political space. And so it's an enigma. And in political space, politicians like to be very assured of what they are doing. Every politician wants to be able to know, okay, this is the boundaries. And so when something comes out of the blue, they have to find a way to know whether it's for them or against them, and then find a way to shut it down. And so the P2B movement is something that they did not know that it could morph into what it is currently. And so they are trying to see how they can influence the system, influence the narrative through every means, throughout even the dirty sink, and see whether they can stop that movement. But it's a tall order for them. However, with respect to what we're discussing in terms of what we have to do, the elections in the next 3 weeks thereabouts. So people that have made up their mind have made up their mind. Really, you don't have too many undecided. You just have people that have not told you where they are swinging to. And I know the issue of show already. I don't think anybody should collapse the structure. Everybody is going to run into this election with their strengths. Each one has strengths, each one has difficulties. However, even the blind knows that there are three people in this race. Let's just move back 8 months ago. Most Nigerians were thinking it's a two-horse race. It's PDP, APC. And we're like, is it going to be the same thing, same? Until somebody emerged on the scene, and that's a Peter Obi, and built his momentum from grounds up, from nothing. And so that momentum built to why is everybody talking about this election? The truth is because it's a P2B on the ballot. If not, if it was an election between an Atiku and a Tinubu, I don't think the level of enthusiasm will be at this level. And that's the truth. So you must give the man his credit. He's made us to talk. Look, Showere has his style, but I think down beneath, Showere would have wished that the momentum that Obi had would have been channeled to him. But sometimes it's a man's time, it's a man's time. It's a time of Peter Obi to carry the aspirations of most of the young people. Can it win the election? That is the next question. This election is very tight. Now, in terms of politics, I think in my little study of politics, globally, locally, every politician must find a way to create political handshakes. That's what I call them. And if you notice, last few moments, first times when I came into this show, I said the election will be determined by various factors. One, that the political group called the 1% of the 1%, which is majorly retired generals, must have a consensus. That's how it has always happened in Nigeria. They will have a consensus. Who is the horse to back? I think they have that consensus already. At least 3 or 4 of them are sort of having a consensus on the candidate that they will wish to back. Number two, who is the populist vote with? There must be a populist person that the population. Buhari had a populist campaign around him. So who is the population really skewed towards? That will be there. Thirdly, who is the international community a bit comfortable with? Because the international community, I can bet you, is very interested in this election. It determines a lot of for them in the next 8 years in terms of investment, in terms of world politics, in terms of the issues that are coming up. So these factors we must understand are in play. Then we look at the demograph of the nation. We vote along religious lines, along ethnic lines. Those fault lines have never been more distinguished in this election. So they are there. Whether we like to, sometimes we like to live in an utopia, but for me, I think of reality on the ground. The reality on the ground is there. Then we look at if one of the other factors. Who does the president feel comfortable to hand over to? Mr. President, he has a different way of playing politics. He's a very self-centered politician, meaning he only enters the water if it's about him or if he wants to determine his own personal agenda. Buhari's body language is giving APC a problem. And if anybody cannot read that body language, it's very clear that's not really his candidate. So with all these factors rolling around, I think the most important thing is Nigerians to do all they can to get their PVCs. It will vote along, most of the ethnic lines will vote along most times ethnic lines. However, we must ask a question, and the way Augustine said it, who can talk to us when there are issues? I think the biggest problem of leadership is not that most of them will not make mistakes. Even a Showere will make a mistake. But the question is, can you sit down with a Showere? Can you sit down with an Atiku? Can you sit down with a Tinubu and say, we're having issues with fuel scarcity, and he will come out and address the nation concerning it? If every Nigerian will be true to themselves, you know those who will do it and those who will not do it. And if you look at it, it's very clear. So Nigerians must decide, family by family, household by household, can we back a change in this country so that, number one, the political class will not take the young people for granted anymore. The political class will understand that our votes can count. But there's a small challenge, and I want to pose that question to us. The Osun election has just been overturned. For me, it is to create something in the minds of Nigerians. And it is creating that little thing, which is doubting the beavers issue. Nigerians are going to this election believing that the beavers is like a safe net for this election. Accreditation and all that will happen, will vote, and the votes will be counted and transmitted live. We saw it in the Osun elections. However, the Osun elections have been turned. And in the minds of some people, are like, are you sure there's no grand plan to really hamper these elections? Because INEC is battling, the CBN governor is battling. There's so many intrigues around this election. So 3 weeks, I expect a lot of drama in the next 3 weeks to this election because politicians are desperate. So I just want to put it there.
Yeah, Sydney, thank you. Let me just mention that currently we are getting the news that the House of Representatives, they just voted that they are rejecting the CBN's governor's extension of the deadline for the exchange of old notes. And they're threatening to arrest him. They are issuing arrest warrants on the CBN governor. So that's really a major development, because yesterday the CBN governor came out and said he will not change it. This morning he came out and announced a change in dates. Okay. And now the House of Rep is saying that he should be arrested. So there's something.
Let I talk.
Nigeria for you.
No, my turn,
No.
Okay, so
no, I'm about to thank everybody for joining us today.
So I know talk. I will take my snap.
Never anybody. I never talk. Especially on this their kangaroo money wahala. Finish my talk. Let me talk.
StreamYard has a new feature where at the end we can see the amount of time each of the guests spoke. So I will show you your time. You'll be surprised how many.
And show me, make you show me the one that done the top since 4 hours ago before I enter. Make we
now when you enter, we know.
No,
It's my
we
turn.
just use this one. We go use everybody on matcha. Make una tell me how many I do for the 5 hours and everybody do for the 5 hours.
Mr. Already, since I come back here, I never talk anything though. I don't anything.
Doesn't they do you?
Yeah, I never talk anything now.
We were here before.
I don't talk anything. Eddie, can I be clear?
Yes, when they give time pass.
I talk before. I can't go farm. Come back from farm. I never talk again.
Hey, if they cast casala for internet, una just start.
All right, Uzo, you are next. 2 minutes.
Me?
Uzo.
Okay, hi. Hey, thank you. God bless you. I want to continue from where Sydney stopped, though. He make a very good stuff here that I will decide on. First of all, I will say from Obi side, if Obi had been PDP, the same thing will happen. You guys should remember, before even the primary of PDP, people were already clamoring for Obi being a president in PDP. If Obi remain PDP, the same thing you see that's going on, movement will still be going on because of Obi, not for party. This election is more than Obi. It's more than party election. This election is the people's choice. People want to make their choice and stand for it. So if Obi had been APC, PDP, I tell you, the same thing will still happen. The people will still follow him. You can't even imagine why is these people following him? Just like, why is the whole wave? People that don't know him will just decide to follow him just like that. You know, like somebody like me, I never believe in politics. I don't know how I even fall interest on following Obi. I don't know my interest following just like that. I don't follow him. Most people do that also. And we are reaching our brothers all over to say, okay, this is my candidate. Can I vote for him? You know, can I vote for him? The reason why you should vote for him. The reason I don't just vote for him. Reason you should vote for so person. I'm coming to start this side, guy. You not ask one question. Why is there no more Operation Python dance in Statis anymore? Operation Python dance. That's genesis of what's going on in Statis. What's the Operation Python dance 1, Python dance 2? We don't even ask again. Why is it no more Operation Python dance? Because they've achieved what they want, instability in the Statis. This instability is a build-up of things that happen years. It's not a matter of anything, but it's managing it. That was the problem. When the cluster was there in Imo State, he managed it. That was the problem. Python times 1 was in terms of culture with IPOB. He managed it. All right. Now he went out and make it came. Manage it. Then Hopes of them, they remove him. Bring Hopes of them. He couldn't manage it. He went out with military force. That's where you see all these things happen. Now, where's Operation Python dance? Where are they? Because they have created that problem they wanted. They all left. Allow everybody to kill yourself. It doesn't matter. I was in Statis. I know what it is. You know, where they kill Gulag. I was inside where they kill Gulag. I run. That is a political or politicians. So my own part is it. With the Statis now, we are trying our best. But whenever you be a solution, the government are not ready to listen. They don't want to listen. So the political governors, they are the one causing this thing, not even the masses. If they can come together and agree, but they cannot, because Hopes of Dima is the APC. The Far Eastern state are different parties. They can't even organize the regional security. How they don't defend security for kind of lab? So I don't see it coming. The only solution is this election is going to change the fate of Southeast, the fate of Nigeria. I say, whether people be win or lose, whether Bola Tinubu win or lose, or Tinubu win or lose, it's going to change so many things. If Southeast is going to be in peace or not, to manage the security in Southeast, is government to manage it. Don't leave it for the North actors. That's my own contribution on that. And I will thank Boniface. The guy is in Nigeria. I don't know how he gets his own data to stay for 4 or 5 hours. We need to give that guy, thank him a lot, because it's not easy. We are using free data here, calling with free data. That's why we start and call and come back and call. But in Nigeria, for him being here for 3 or 4 hours, guy, We need to give me a certificate of participation. We'll give he gave certificate of participation to Boniface. The guy he really deserves it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Echo, you're next.
Okay. Uzo, make we donate money, give Oga Boniface, make he buy more data, not be to tanker. Not easy. Awa Kalu, I dey drink red wine. So now where did be your head for that one? You say my pikin Sowore is inconsequential. Now you and be consequential. It be like say you just learn English new, and you learn English when you learn this week. Now inconsequential. You can't feel say that my pikin Sowore and I deserve it. No, I return it back to you. Having said that, all this mumu there, when there for Senate floor and House of Rep, one of the thief our money, they take and they build CBN inside our house. Una no know say one day monkey go market, he no go come back. Boo boo know now where. He knows all the money when he they borrow. Make they do contract. Una no agree do contract because now be the contractors. Now this one we don't know. All the companies where they take collect those contracts. Now get now. Then they can't pay una money of contract. Una not do it. Obama make it difficult for una to carry money come abroad like that. Una can't build CBN inside una house because with una NIN and BVN, una not fit go carry that money put for inside account. Una can't build CBN inside house. Now they wait for now because they say they know say this time una go use money politics say do nonsense because una turn us to mumu when they collect money for now only for 4 years. They can't change the color of money for our head. They can't say 31st. Una fight. Boo boo and then Mefele. They can't agree say okay, make them move out on the 10th of February. Una can't go do kangaroo voting. Make una vote now until they sign into law. It is not effective. And now who go sign into law? Now boo boo now. Boo boo, I will not like you for all this year. But for this very one, when you do for us, thank you. Emefele, I be vexed with you. But for this one I do, thank you. It must not pass February 10th. One I don't agree for una corner, one I can't display. And not those useless senator. Make una not worry. There are plenty foundations that need that money. So instead of fighting us and extending it, no need. Look for all the foundation account. I go so display and I'm go charitable. Oh, man, look for all the foundation account. You see the children when I used to stack the money, make una give them, make they go they drop all these different foundation in Nigeria. We go take and help our people out of the street, help those people in the IDT camp. Once you do that one, all this head you go kulele. So thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Austin. Okay, Austin is not here. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon.
Yeah.
So doctors, sometimes I don't understand the way some of us play politics. At least normally when you are making projections for something, you have plans to carry out anything you want to do. You want to have your plan A and your plan B. You even want to ensure your project in as much as you carefully map out your plan that things won't go wrong. You still want to ensure it to the case of anything. To some extent, I've not seen anybody good percentage of people that come out to say Sowore is corrupt. Except some of us who don't really understand politics or who don't follow politics for so long. I'm so sorry, doctor. I'm outside, so you might get a little bit noise. I'm so sorry for that. So why I'm saying that Sowore single-handedly fought for Jonathan to become president. And very many persons don't even know that Sowore is an Ijaw man. He's not a Yoruba man. Yeah, he might come from Southwest, from Ondo State, from Igbokoda area, but it's an Ijaw man, from the riverine area. They don't understand. And Sowore fought for Jonathan very well. Sowore would have benefited from that government. He he didn't get anything. And when Showore equally felt that Jonathan also failed Nigeria, Showore worked against Jonathan government, not because it's working for Buhari, because if he had worked for Buhari, I strongly believe the Buhari government would have compensated him dearly, because Sarah Reporter did a great work. Doctor, you were in that organization when stuffs like that happen and everything. So already do nothing, didn't get anything. Now there is a new sheriff in town called Peter Obi. Like some people will fondly say this, so Peter Gregory Obi and the likes. Sometimes, why don't you also have your plan B? What about if this Obi fail you? Remember this Obi that some of us are clamoring for, plus myself. Obi started this politics 2002 in PDP and left PDP due to the power of the great Dim Odumegu Ojukwu. He went to Hapka and went back to PDP. What about if they give Obi another type of promise tomorrow, and Obi also leave this labor that is making the wave in labor and go back to somewhere else? Why don't you have your plan B? You understand? At least Showore is trying, he's fighting tirelessly. You understand? With his own resources and with his crowdfunding and the like. At least he's not corrupt. He's not even seen to be corrupt. Why don't you also have plan B? You know, so the way people talk, some people will say, oh, if Obi win, Showore go and join it. Nigerians, let us learn to have plan B than insult everybody because of we want to make one person now a monarch. We want to make one person now an emperor. We tried that with Buhari. This is where he landed us. You understand? Don't make Obi become an emperor. Don't make Obi see himself like anything he says, we just take it hook, line, and sinker. I don't think it works like that in politics. It doesn't work like that. You people should watch the American politics and see the way it's going within the party system and the party structures. You know, so I just look, I see people cause this, cause that, cause this. People don't even understand that. How do you win election? You know, you may have your people that support you, but you still need that undecided voters. You still need what we call swing voters. They are still thinking in between. You understand? Me and Echo, we strongly support Showore. And if we know today that the way we understand politics, that Showore might not give us a ticket, we want to give that ticket to the lesser evil. I think somebody need to convince us. You don't shame me, you don't curse me, you don't do stuff like that to me. You understand? And think when you shame me, you curse me, you use all type of wrong words and everything. You use that to convince me. You're getting it all wrong. That's all I will say for now.
Thank you. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Ogarudo.
So
I thought you were not going to bring me in. You were just looking at me like,
I didn't see you. I didn't see you. I was really rounding up. I didn't even know you were there.
I knew you were rounding up. So
yeah, I was rounding up. I didn't even look for anybody. You know. Anyway, sometimes it happens. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Great show.
Thank you.
I admire what you're doing. Actually, Dumebi Kachikwu is one of the candidates that I've tried to look at. I have a long list of all the candidates. I went online to compile those lists, and I was checking them out. I was checking the candidates out, and I found out that almost 8 candidates came from a combination of South, South, and Southeast, which is impressive. But at the same time, only one of them is gaining the momentum, or should I say, is in the forefront. And the gentleman that you invited spoke. I kind of admire his vulnerability, putting himself out there. And for those that are, trying to check his, like Okija was trying to put his character into the perspective. I get it. I understand. You don't want to have a criminal in Aso Rock represent you as a C, but we should also look at the fact that putting himself out there in the public, he also knew that he will be vulnerable, and his past will be brought to the forefront. However, like you said, Dr. Udo, the discussion is not about him winning. He knew he can't win. Even Shawore himself knew that he can't win. Whether Governor Peter Obi knows he can win, that is a different ballgame. Because we are here talking about them, but at the same time, those that will actually vote, they have a different mindset, different than you and I. We've seen how democracy works in a developed country. Some don't. So they believe in monetizing their right, money for hand, back for grand. So, but what that gentleman did today is plausible because he came despite the, I won't call it hostility, because if you try to fire Akara, you will bring yourself close to the fire. So that was what happens to him. So he felt the fire and they gave it to him. As a matter of fact, going by my background, I will go ahead and dig in more about what happens in the state of Maryland. His indictment. I'm going to look at it just for the fun of it. I want to really know more a little bit about him. I like the passion of Ms. Echo supporting a candidate. I like that. I wish all Nigerians can have that, but as it is right now in Nigeria, those back home, some of the feedback that I get sometimes, they're not what we think. We in diaspora, we think differently. Those folks back home, we are fasting for them, but they are doing something different. So I just hope, all our aspiration and our prayer, answered, that they would listen and watch this show and make up their mind and vote. Unfortunately, I can't vote. I heard a gentleman saying that he's on his way to Nigeria. No, on the show today, says that he got a PBC, but he's trying to transfer to the east so that he could vote. And the challenges now is this. There's no fuel. There's a fuel scarcity in Nigeria, and there's shortage of cash. So I wonder how we'll be able to, do that with what is prevalent now in Nigeria, So we have a lot of things going on back home. PBC is not forthcoming. And yet, even if you travel home, you can't spend dollar. So you can only spend, Nigeria currency. And the ATM is not bringing money out. And I also foresee a showdown between the National Assembly, I'm talking about the House of Rep, even Senate, because APC still has majority in the Senate. I've seen a showdown between CBN and then the National Assembly. And Buhari only have, a couple of months to go. And I wonder where Mr. Emefiele is going to hide after the election is done and concluded. So I just hope, common sense will prevail. Some will, temper and try to calm the situation down in Nigeria, because as it is right now, the National Assembly are not going to back down. And then Beavers.
What can they do? What can they do? What do you think they can do? They can't
National Assembly
fire the central bank governor. I don't think.
No, they can't fire the National Assembly, but I think what they're going to do is to put more fire on Emefiele's behind. So just to threaten him that Buhari will leave government, but we are going to.
No, he's going with Buhari. I think Emefiele is going with Buhari. I don't think the new will keep him. No,
but after Buhari is gone, you will have no shield, nobody to shield him.
Even the National Assembly is
and the fact that he dabbled into partisan politics while still in office is a sign that those politicians will never forgive. They won't, except if he joined them in the forum. If he joined the power that be, then he will be shielded maybe to some extent. But if he doesn't, he's a gunner, like I always say.
The lawmakers are also leaving.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
I mean, Dr. Diamond, come to look at it. The lawmakers are going to feel the impact of the CBN directive because there's no cash. You are stifling them. You are taking their weapon away from them. So they have no power of negotiating with the voters because that's the language they understand. So it's a do or die affair for them. So Emefiele is going to bear that brunt, whether he likes it or not. But then it works for the entire nation, but the politicians won't take it lightly. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. All right, Austin, final word.
I think my final word here is that let's try to don't make these politicians feel as if they are God. That's one thing we should make them know. No matter who you are supporting, it's not a sent from heaven. I always believe that people make mistakes, but the best person for the job is somebody who can listen to you and take the necessary action. So I wish Nigerians can come together, try to support your best candidate, and make the person know that you must not do anything if I expect me to support you, like the ones where we misroute with Billion Van. So that's just what I think.
All right, thank you. I want to thank everybody that joined us today, including our guest, Kachikwu. It was nice to have him. Like I announced a few minutes ago, I'm trying to get some of the candidates to come for a debate before this, within the next 1 week and a half. We'll see what works out. But I thank you, Eddie, for joining us. Ike, thank you so much for joining us. H.O., thank you so much for joining us. Adewale, thank you so much for joining us. Sydney, thank you so much. Uzo, thank you. I want more of that, a little bit of that your drink. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. And next week we have Kaide Ogundamisik joining us on Sunday. He's journalist and activist out of London, and on Saturday, we are going to have the regular show. So until then, see you, and I wish everybody a very pleasant week and enjoy your day.